Hey Internet, it's me. It's been a while. Okay, let me get into it. When I first started this channel, my whole thing was I just really like talking about video games. So I just wanted to make fun videos of me talking about video games. A lot of them were, obscure games that I loved but not many people had heard of, or ROM hacks that I found really interesting, or just kind of niche diamond in the rough kind of stuff, and it was really fun. Then after a while, I tried to do some Let's Plays to varying success. I did some news type things where I talked about stuff going on in the industry, again to varying success. I did a review of the terrible Wonder Woman movie that got way too many views. But mostly, I just really want to talk about games. And over the years, that's become hard just because I was in various apartments and I never really had my own space to fully get out the entire collection, set everything up, have everything on display, and just have access to all the stuff I'd want to talk about or feature. And that changed. The reason I haven't posted anything in the last couple months is because I bought a house. I close, I believe, tomorrow, and it was a big endeavor. It took forever to move everything, but I am here. Now, the room that I'm in is going to be the game room. It does not have furniture yet, I do not have shelves yet, and I don't have extra TVs to hook up yet. So I can't jump right back into game reviews, but I can do one video that I've wanted to do for a while. And granted, this video is probably more for me than it is for anyone else, because this is going to be the longest video. But that is me going through and doing basically an entire collection tour. See, I have an easy way to do this, and that's that right now, this room is full of my entire game collection. Everything's here, but it's all in boxes. So, I'm going to go through and unbox my entire collection and talk about things as I do it. And again, this is mostly just for me. I just want to talk at the camera about the games that I love and the collection that I've built over the last 30-something years. So this video is probably going to be 10 hours long, and nobody's going to watch it or care, but I also don't care. Like I said, I'm just making this for me. This is going to entertain the crap out of me, so I'm going to do it. Watch it or don't. It's up to you. And once I have the room set up and I have access to televisions and the consoles can plug in and there's a place to sit, then I'll get back to doing just proper reviews like I used to, which is little skits talking about old games that not many people know of, but I love, and maybe just weird indie titles or just niche things that went under the radar and nobody heard of. So I will get back to all that. But for now, I've already rambled enough, and this is going to be way too long, so let's get into it. So before I start, and I'm behind the camera now in case things sound weird, this is everything. This is everything. There's just so many just boxes and piles and things. And this little corner is actually Magic the Gathering cards. It's not video games. But everything else, starting from those boxes all the way around the entire room, not the cast iron stove, that needs to come out still or my insurance company will be mad. But all these other boxes and bins and piles, all video games. And as you can see, there's a couple Amiibos that I already unpacked and put on the shelf. I really couldn't help myself. There they are. Also, I will talk about real quick, while I'm here, this nifty little Charizard Terrarium Pokeball thing. Yeah, look at that. I can zoom in when I'm in handheld mode. I found that on Etsy. It's really cool. The person that makes them hand makes each one, and you can request whatever Pokemon you want. It's a really cool thing. It's really neat. I was glad I bought it. So if you like it and you want one of your own, you can go on Etsy. I'll put the link in the description. And yeah, other than that, I'll start unboxing crap now. Okay, so first things first. A box. Actually, I'll start next to the box. I have my two Switches. And if you're wondering why I have two Switches, I don't. I have three. But these two are just normal, regular Switches. I had one that I pre-ordered, of course. It's actually this one. And then I got a second one because I was dating a girl at the time who liked Hyrule Warriors as much as I did, which was awesome. And so I bought a second Switch so that she could borrow it and play the game when I wasn't around. And yeah, we didn't end up together, but the Switch is still mine, so now I have two. And then the third one we'll see later in this room somewhere. Okay, big box. Obviously, on top, PSVR, it's what it is. There's nothing special with that. I can't have a story for everything, or else this video would be even longer. Switch Pro controller. We have lots and lots of controllers floating around. This is the Gears of War Special Edition 1. I can't remember if this was part of a Gears of War Special Edition console set. This might just be the controller itself. We'll find out later. I buy way too many Special Edition consoles. PS4 controller. Nothing special again. Oh, okay. Slightly special things. Now, I will admit, these came from Etsy. They're not legit, but these are Amiibo cards. Basically, all these cards have the RFIDs in them to make them show up as Amiibos on your console, which is great because a lot of Amiibos are really hard to find. And not only that, but even when you do find them, if you're a collector like myself and you want to keep them shiny in the box, like these ones you can see here, Nintendo, unlike Skylanders or any of the other companies, decided that they suck, which we know, and they put a small bit of foil at the bottom of the package. So hold on, I can show you. I can't show you, it's opaque. But there's a small bit of foil there, so if you try to put this on a console, it won't read it. You have to remove it from the package. So, Amiibo cards. I got them on Etsy. I got a whole set for like, I don't know, 25 bucks, something like that. Wasn't that big a deal. And yeah, now I can use all the Amiibos without opening my packages. Move controllers, nothing special again. This is the, for the Pokemon Let's Go Dealer Bobbers. There's a special controller, which is this. It actually sucks to use in the game. It's awful. I really wish Nintendo would stop with the gimmicky crap that they keep putting in all their games. No one asked for motion controls, let's be honest. No one did. They suck. No one likes them. They're awful. They're fun for a couple minutes. It's a novelty, and you're like, oh, hey, I'm having a good time. And then 5, 10, 15 minutes later, you're really sick of that crap, and you just want to play the game. Especially for like an RPG like Pokemon, I don't want to have to constantly do this all the time for the whole game. Sometimes I just want to play the game. I just want to sit down with a proper controller and move my character and hit the buttons and play the game. Nintendo apparently doesn't employ people that actually play games because they never seem to realize this. It's like Skyward Sword. Zelda's a long game. By design, there's all kinds of dungeons and side quests and a big open map. There's a lot to do in Zelda. Why would anyone want motion controls for that? You think people really want to sit here and have to do this and swing their sword constantly, playing the whole 60, 70, 80-hour game? That's ridiculous. No one asked for that. No one wants that. Nintendo sucks. Anyway, back to the collection-y crap. This is one of... you'll see as we go through, I have a lot of Nintendo handhelds, specifically the DS and 3DS lines. They keep putting out cool special editions that I want, and I just keep buying them. Mostly because, well, now I have no money ever again because I bought a house. But before that, DSs were fairly cheap. Even the 3DSs, they're not terribly expensive compared to real consoles. So, if there's a cool one I liked, it really wasn't going to break the bank to just pick up the cool new version. So, I acquired a bunch of them. So, just warning you now that as we go, you're going to see a bunch. That's why. I'm very stupid with my money. And that's it. It's the whole reason. Another Pro Controller for the Switch. There has to be games in here. Oh, here we go. Okay. Something a little slightly more unique. This is, I'm pretty sure, from a Loot Crate. I had a Loot Crate for a while. And it's a Pitfall-themed canteen, which is a little more unique and interesting than all the controllers I just showed you. I really should just stop throwing everything like that. This is a terrible skin for a PS4 controller. I got on Amazon real cheap and was still disappointed. This is something I'm excited for. This is Cadence of Hyrule. If you're not familiar, it's Crypto Necrodancer, but Zelda skinned. And it's an official thing that Nintendo was okay with, and then released. And now I own it. So it's one more cool spin-off thing to go in my Zelda collection. Because if you don't know, it's my favorite franchise. I have every game in the series, all of them. Even the Tingle games, all the spin-offs, the crossbow training, even the 3 Cdi games. I have them all. I love Zelda. So, had to have this, and I do. All is right in the world. This is one of many, many, many collector's. It's covered in dust. A lot of collector's editions in my collection. This is, of course, Streets of Red. I've been covering the logo the whole time with my hand, but that's what it is. It's a game. It's a side-scrolling beat-em-up, similar to like a Streets of Rage, or even more old school, like a Mighty Final Fight or River City Ransom. And those are probably more apt because it has very much an 8-bit style to it. It came from limited run games. You'll see a lot of my collector's editions did. Also, that's not an example of it, so I shouldn't even bring it up now, but I already started on this train, so here we go. I have terrible luck when ordering things online, specifically collector's editions, or even Amiibos, or really just anything. They always get damaged. Always. I don't know why. The Simon Belmont Amiibo I have. I was very excited to buy it. Simon's Quest is my favorite Castlevania. I don't want to hear how wrong you are. It's the best one, simply because it introduced Bloody Tears. So I was really excited for that Amiibo. And it came in, the cardboard is all kinds of screwed up. It's just creased, and the plastic is already half off the cardboard. It's in terrible, shite condition. And that's pretty much what I expect every time. So many of my collector's edition boxes, I don't think Shenmue 3 here is going to be a good example. It's not. I guess this is one of the other times I actually got lucky and my games weren't screwed up when I got them. By the way, Shenmue 3 Collector's Edition, still sealed because I haven't bothered opening it yet. But like Shantae, the Game Boy Color, the original, I haven't found that, but I did find the limited run reprint of it. It's in a box, it looked great. I got it in sealed, which is supposed to be good. The two bottom corners are creased and bent, and there's a divot where it looks like someone basically like stuck it with a pen or something. And so, you know, the box is in crap condition. If grading wasn't the scam that it is, and it is, don't ever grade anything, fucking don't. But I got it graded, like if I got it graded, I'd be lucky to break 9 because it has all kinds of damage. And from nothing. Like it came out of the box that way. I opened the box, that's what I got. That's what I always get. I don't know why, that's just the luck I have. And now you know, and I've already rambled too much on that point. We're still on the first box, and I've talked for like half an hour. So I'm going to move along. It has next to it. This is a gigantic Charmander Funko. Charizard is my favorite Pokemon. Charmander obviously is the pre-evolution, so I love Charmander by default. Yeah, that's really all the explanation I have or need for that. Also, other top Pokemon include Umbreon, who is awesome, and Cubone / Marowak, who is awesome, and Growlithe. Because I like cool-looking Pokemon, and all the fire and dark types usually fall in that boat. So, here we have some random crap. Compton's Interactive Encyclopedia and Scotland Yard for the CDI. My first CDI, funny story here, I worked construction for a while. It was a family thing. And I was working on clearing out an old, I don't know what it was, like an indoor, just fun play place kind of area. They had like a little indoor playground and some interactive computery things you can use and just random stuff. And one of the terminals we were breaking down still had some of the electronics in it, and the electronics that were in it were CDI systems, 2 of them. So I ended up taking those as a kid because, I mean, they were going to get trashed anyway. The whole place was closed down and getting torn apart. So I ended up with 2 CDIs, Scotland Yard, Compton's Interactive Encyclopedia, and Mario Hotel. I still have all 3. I unfortunately don't have either of the original CDIs because both of them stopped working. I've since bought, I think, 3 other ones and finally got one that works. So they're very iffy systems, but the games honestly aren't terrible. Mario Hotel, for as much crap as it gets, really isn't an awful game, and the Zelda's super controversial, but I kind of like them. Zelda's Adventure, especially, really isn't that bad. Like, compared to other Zeldas, it's bad. But just standalone as a game to play, it's not awful. Okay, so, back to other things. These are a bunch of demos for the Xbox and 360. These came in the Xbox Gamer Magazine, whatever it was called. It says it right here. I was looking right at it when I said it. It's the official Xbox Magazine. But yeah, these are just different demo discs I have from those. I subscribed to that magazine for a while, so there's probably more of these floating around somewhere. But yeah, I always just thought they were nifty. A lot of the games that were on these I ended up playing and loving, like Prey. It's one of the few first-person shooters that I absolutely loved. And I think the first time I found the Burnout series was on one of these, which, oh, I love those games. So yeah, this is just kind of cool things to have. Plus, not a lot of people have them, and I like unique crap. Okay, what else do we have in here? Oh, this actually is a board game, not a video game. God, is it dirty. It looks like a Game Boy case. It's not. It's expansion for the video game adjacent board game Boss Monster. And yeah, so I'm going to go into detail on that one. Oh yeah, here we go. More of the Xbox game disc demo dealers. See? Told you there's more. Okay, I have a poster for, oh, Magic the Gathering. It says it right there. I'm a big Magic fan. I started playing, I think around, was it Revised or Unlimited? Whichever of those came second, that's the one I started playing around. Right before 4th edition. And so I've been playing since the beginning of the game. Now I think it's kind of jumped the shark. I mean, once we got tie-ins to like Transformers and My Little Pony and Warhammer and Gundam and whatever the heck else they're doing, eh. That being said, they did do a crossover of Dungeons & Dragons that I absolutely loved. Just the art style on some of the cards really has the classic D&D art style, and I love it. It's really cool. So that one I appreciated. And I guess they're doing a Lord of the Rings crossover. I haven't seen the cards yet. I'm not even sure if that set's out yet or not. I don't hate that idea, but I'm still kind of on the fence. But just as a game overall, they've added so many mechanics, and they're kind of predatory with how you have to get different types of boosters to be able to really get a full set anymore. It's just, I don't know. I really don't like what they've done with the game. It feels like microtransactions put in real life. Like, I know it's a collectible card game. It's always been that way. But like back when I played, if you were to pick up a booster box of basically any set, you would get 95% of the set in a single box. The Urza block, for example, was my favorite series. Urza Saga especially, God, I love that set. And I had a full play set, meaning 4 of every card. And I did that simply, I bought 2 booster boxes at one point or another, and then, other than that, I'd get a couple boosters a week, and I think I traded for like 1 or 2 cards from friends, but it really wasn't that hard to get the entire sets. And unfortunately, my original collection that I had since I started playing was lost at one point in my life. I don't know if it was lost or stolen, probably that one, but it disappeared from my life. So I don't still have all of the Urza's block. I don't still have, you know, all my original dual lands or my alpha birds or any of the super expensive cards that, trust me, I know how much money I lost with those. But, as you saw earlier, I still have a very sizable collection. I've gotten back a lot of dual lands and a Leaf from Cairo, a bunch of other really cool old cards that I love. So, it's still a decent collection. It's still a really fun game. I just don't care for the modern crap. Once you get past, like, I forget the name of the block, but, like, Nemesis and Apocalypse era, maybe even Kamigawa was alright, but pretty much everything after that, it got really dumb. There's just too much, and I don't like it, and it's not a fun game anymore. And I wish they would just stop. Yeah, back to this crap. By the way, this is how the whole video is going to be. Like I said, this is for me. I'm just rambling about all my favorite stuff. So, I'm sorry in advance if you're A, still watching, and B, planning to continue watching more, because it's just going to be so much more of this. All the tangents, all the rambling, and I love it. I'm really not sorry. This makes me super happy. So here we go. This is one of the Jak and Daxter games, the special editions from Limited Run Games. Limited Run Games. I forgot how to enunciate there for a second. I bought all their collector editions for the series because, honestly, I always wanted to get into the series. Which does mean that, yes, I haven't actually played any of the Jak and Daxter games. But they look great. I always wanted to. They sounded really fun. So I got all the collector's editions, and that will make me want to play, because now I'm going to have these big shiny things on my shelf, and every time I see them, I'm going to think, hey, those are a lot of money, and they look really cool. I should play the games and see if it was worth it or not. I say that, but there's so much crap on my shelves that's supposed to do the same thing, and they don't always. Anywho, more posters. There are so many posters. This one is... I have no idea. I'm not going to unfold them all right now. There's a lot of posters. Most of these came with loot crates. I think this one's Far Cry Primal. Yeah, lots of posters. As you've seen glimpses of in previous videos and previous game rooms, I have a lot of framed posters. I have those here still. They're just not in the room yet, aside from this one in the back that I'll talk about in a minute. But yeah, I like all the posters. I frame as many as I can. There's still a bunch that are weird sizes that I can't find frames for, like the Nintendo Power pull-up posters. Those things, no. But yeah, posters are fun. Okay, this, you two stay for a second. Urban Strike. This is sealed, which is awesome. That wasn't intentional. This actually happens to me a lot, where I'll buy games online, and I just want to get a complete in-box game. And so, I find someone listed, complete in box, or new in box, or whatever it is. New in box usually does not mean sealed. New in box is generally just what people say when something is mint condition and complete in box. I don't know why they get away with that, but seriously, if you see new in box on something, unless you see that it's sealed in the pictures, assume that it isn't. But anywho, this one, I don't remember which it said. It said one of the two. And it was, I think, like $7, $8. It wasn't a lot, which Urban Strike was never a super expensive game, so that was fine. And I bought it thinking, cool, I'll have a boxed edition of this game. It was the only one I didn't have a box for already, and I absolutely love this series. In fact, I'm pushing really, really hard, semi-frequently, for the people that make the Evercade to, right? Is that what the handheld's called, the Evercade? Yeah, I think it is. I've actually forgotten now. But, I've been pushing really hard for them to re-release this series, all 5 of these games, on a cart. I'm really not sure if Evercade is what it's called now. The more I say it, the less I'm confident about that. But whatever the thing is, there's a subtitle here if I'm saying it wrong. Every time I've said it wrong, the subtitle's probably said it the right way. So that thing, whether it was what I said or what's on the screen, I'm trying to get this series on it. I don't like that this jostles loose in there. Because if you haven't played these, they're really great. You fly around in helicopters or jets or hovercrafts, and you just blow stuff up. It's really cool. It's an isometric view. I know some people don't like those style of games. It's just like Cubert or Marble Madness or The Immortal. Yeah, isometric really only was in the 8 and 16-bit eras. But, I don't know. I always liked that style of game. All the ones I just mentioned are other games that I really love. And these are no exception. These are absolutely great. Everyone should play them. Super, super fun. I always plan on doing a video about them. I just never got around to doing it. But they're great games. So, yeah. I have a sealed one, which is cool, and everyone should play them. That's what I was getting at. Okay, here we have another great game and an okay game. See, I will say, Nintendo, or not Nintendo, that's not even close, Disney, the other people that are awful and have great things that they own and then bastardize because of money, they really knew how to make good licensed games. All the ones they did with Capcom, like Rescue Rangers and DuckTales and all those, amazing. The Aladdin and Lion King games, amazing. And Toy Story, also really good. Like, I didn't expect a lot from it, and likewise the ones for the Nintendo 64, once it hit the 3D era, you don't expect a lot. You figure, oh, it's just a licensed game for a kid's franchise, it's going to be meh at best. But no, they're really, really legitimately fun platformers. So, yeah, just going to throw that out there. And then Vectorman, these are incredible. I mean, if you had a Genesis, this was a staple. As you see, it got a greatest hits print, so clearly they sold well. So if you haven't played Vectorman, you must not have played a Genesis at all, and I would say why to both of those things, because it's great. You should play it. So, let's keep going. Children's Musical Theater. For a while, I had it in my head that I was going to collect every CDI game. Some of them are really expensive, so I think that ambition is going to be pretty similar to the one I had for collecting all the laser active games, and that's to say I probably won't. But I wanted to, and so in that endeavor, I picked up this game. Oddly enough, I happened to just find this in the wild at a used game store. I did not get this online, I did not track this down. I was at a used game store, and they had a lot of games that you don't normally see. Like the big box set for Holy Diver, which you don't see a lot. And they had just some weird consoles, like they had some Intellivision games. They even had a couple Spectrum games. But most importantly, they had several CDI games, which I was really excited to see. They had the Tetris one that I really wanted, but they were asking an ungodly amount for it. And they had The Seventh Guest, which I already own a copy of, but they also had Children's Musical Theater and Little Devil. I picked up both of those, and I don't regret it. I'm happy I did. I know this is a kid's game, but it's one more game for a console that most people don't have, and therefore it's one more game that I have that most people don't have. And like I said before, I like unique stuff. I like the hidden gems. I like the oddball consoles. I like the games that you won't see in every collection. You know, every major collector is like, oh, here's my copy of Flintstones at Dinosaur Peak. Or, you know, here's my World Championship cart. Or whatever other rare game here that a lot of people have. And I have a bunch of those too. Maybe not those two, but like I have the Zeldas on the CDI, which are big ticket items for collectors. I have a lot of the other rare NES titles, and especially the Super Nintendo titles. But I like the unique stuff, like my Laser Active with Pyramid Patrol. It's not the most memorable game, it's not a great game, it didn't spawn a franchise, no one talks about it, but I loved it as a kid. I thought it was really unique, it was the game that got me into fly-by-wire shooters, and it's just a cool thing to have, and the CDI is similar to that. I like those kinds of things. I like the stuff that not every other collector already has. Again, rambling, gonna happen. This is the instructions for, there's a sticker in the way, so I can't actually get to the name of it. But it's an Atari game that was made and released by, oh, did I just fuck that up? It doesn't matter. Atari Age. Yeah. I want to say it's Evil Magician 2. I can open this. It really doesn't matter. I don't need to leave the instructions sealed. Oh my god, I was right. Evil Magician 2. Yeah, that's the game. Came with instructions, not a box. A lot of Atari Age games do come in a box. This one did not. So, yeah, instead we have this, instructions in a thing. The cart's somewhere else in one of the boxes in this room. There are quite a few. And yeah, I should explain that. As you've already noticed, this box was kind of haphazard. There's a little bit of everything in here. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Most of my collection has been packed away for the last 5 years. And the stuff that wasn't, like the things that I acquired in the last apartment that I was living in as I was preparing to move, and just as I was living there and trying to exist in a way too small space, things just got put into boxes to get them out of the way. So things are packed basically based on whatever I grabbed at that moment, or on the order that I acquired things. So you're going to see all kinds of random stuff grouped with other random stuff. There's not going to be a whole lot of rhyme or reason to how or why things are packed the way they are. And honestly, I'm not even going to remember buying some of the things that are in these boxes, because it may have happened 4 years ago, and I might not have seen the object except for when I bought it and then promptly put it into a box. So there's going to be surprises for everyone along the way. So yeah, I'll just keep going now. This is, I'm pretty sure it is. It's another MTG poster. MTG, short for Magic the Gathering. This is the Sims 3 Collector's Edition. I'm surprised to see this in here, because I thought I had gotten rid of most of my PC games, to be honest. Oh, that's why. This is, I believe, the pre-order bonus for The Sims 3. It is. The code's here, unused, on this slip. Yeah. I worked for the enemy for a while, and by that I of course mean GameStop. They were awful. Everything about that place sucks. Don't work there, don't shop there, just, they're awful. However, when I did work there, one of the very, very, very few good parts of the job is that my store wasn't always great about giving out pre-order bonuses. Unless someone implicitly asked for it, a lot of the other employees and managers, because I was a manager, would just not give them out. I don't know if they forgot, if they were lazy, or if they were just evil dicks. Probably all three. But yeah, they just didn't give them out. So, you know, at the end of it, people had picked up their games, all our pre-orders were gone, and we still had at least half the pre-order bonuses left over. Back when you got physical bonuses and everything wasn't just a digital code that you get via email. So yeah, you'll see as we go through here, lots of like lanyards or t-shirts. You won't see those, they're in my closet. And just like little figurines or download cards like that. Just all kinds of pre-order bonuses that I ended up with just because I worked at the store and they were going to get tossed otherwise. And sometimes my manager was a dick and would toss things anyway, just to make a point that, I don't know, he was more important than the rest of us or something. But, yeah, a whole different tangent, that job there. It's, yeah. Anywho, there's another thing that came from Loot Crate. There, it's written on the box, thank God, because I'm already forgetting how words work. It's like 10 at night right now. I know I filmed the rest of this earlier and there was daylight through the window. It's dark now. Continuity, no. But yeah, it's an ice cream scooper. Because, you know, Sweet Tooth, he drives the ice cream truck. So, yeah, it's just a fun little thing. Lots of weird collectibles like that. Again, mostly because of Loot Crate. And, I mean, I'm not going to turn down game collectibles no matter how weird they are. Here, you can probably see part of it already, but I have a big pile of Saturn games. One of 2 copies of Frank Thomas's Big Hurt. Here's the second one. This one has his baseball card in it. I don't think that came with that. I think someone just put that in there. But yeah, it's a thing that's in there. There's other games too. They all kind of suck. A bunch of sports games, and then Criticom. Just a very generic fighter. I won't necessarily go through every title of every game in every box, because I have a little over 3,400 games, I think, at this point. Yeah, I think last time I counted it was 3,400 and something. So I'll try to go through memorable ones, or ones that I have a story for, and the rest I'll just kind of glaze over. Otherwise, this would take forever. Speaking of, though, not Mr. Bones or Gex, but the Horde. Fun story about this one. I got a PC copy of the Horde in a box of computer games from, I think, my uncle. And unfortunately, the disc had scratches on it that were bad enough that the disc was unreadable. However, from the box art, the game looked really, really cool. It looked like it had an isometric view, which I said I love, but it reminded me of like Dungeon Keeper. Like you played as the bad guy and wanted to kill the good guys, and it just had that same early edgelord feel to it. I don't know how else to describe it. Similar to, like I said, Dungeon Keeper, or the games I've forgotten the name of, where you have all the little imps. Overlord. Similar to those. It looked like a really fun game. I never got to play it. I was very disappointed. That's where I was going with that. And then one day, I don't know what inspired me to do it, but I looked online for that game, and I was actually looking for someone that had, like, a way to download it, like from GOG or something. And instead, what I found is, you know, the wiki page for the game, and it wasn't just released on the PC. It also came out on, clearly, the Saturn. So that excited me. I immediately went to eBay, bought the game, and now here it is, and I own it, and yay. Also, it's made by Crystal Dynamics, which is pretty cool. This is another game that should be in the Evercade. But yeah. Oh my god, it has the GamePro rating printed on the box. If you don't remember the GamePro rating, you can't see that. I'll find it online. Just put the graphic on the screen. Note to editor self, do that. But yeah, it just had these little faces to indicate, you know, is this super fun? Is it kind of fun? Is it meh? Is it not even meh? Or is it just complete absolute? Luckily, these are all pretty happy faces. So, yeah, good game. That's all. That's where I was going with it. It's a good game. And last but not least for this box, Azure Lane. It's very fan servicey. Lots of girl characters, semi-scantily clad. Why is everything so dusty? Oh dear Christ. I don't know how to describe this one. It's a 3D shooter, but not in the way that you'd think. It's almost like a bullet hell, but in 3 dimensions instead of, you know, top down or side down. You know what I mean. You know what standard 2D bullet hells look like. Imagine that with 3D graphics. There's still only... No, there's not, because there's planes. So yeah, you have to fight in 3 dimensions too. I don't know. It's a 3D bullet hell with lots of female characters scantily clad, and of course alternate costumes and cat ears and all that kind of crap. But yeah, it had a cool special edition, and therefore I had to buy the special edition because at the end of the day, no matter how fan servicey or dumb things like that are, if I see a JRPG or anything that has this Japanese anime-ish style to it, I'm probably going to buy it. I do love JRPGs like the Tales series or like Hyperdimension Neptunia. Basically any JRPG I've played, I've loved. So now whenever I see them, I just immediately give them the benefit of the doubt and buy them. And so far I haven't really been disappointed yet. Okay, before I get in the next box, I will talk about this now. This is the side art for Space Ace, the arcade game that was on Laserdisc. It was a big deal at the time because it was on Laserdisc, so it had a lot of like animated cutscenes and it was very story-ish, which is kind of a new endeavor for arcade games at the time. But what's cool about this is Don Bluth, the guy who drew the game, and also, of course, All Dogs Go to Heaven and American Tail and 50 Goes West, which the second movie is the superior in that franchise. He signed this right there. And this was actually a very limited run, these signed posters. Well, it's not a poster, it's a set of side art. This is actually a vinyl sticker made to go on the machine. But there are 30 of them. I don't know if you can see, but right here it says number. This is 25 of 30, signed by him and who I'm assuming is either the game's director or maybe one of the voice actors for the game. I don't really care. It's Don Bluth. That's what I care about here. So yeah, this is a really cool limited collector thing. I'm pretty happy that I have it. And now you know about it. And next to it is a metal DVR pad. If you've played DDR back in the day, like a nerd, like I did, and you did tournaments, again, like a nerd, like I did, you know how you want to practice a lot to get good at the songs. Basically, the steps should be muscle memory. You shouldn't have to look at the screen. You should just know where the steps are going to be. Like, I've done it so many times that I haven't played in probably a good 5 years. If I got on now and did Kick the Bucket on Expert, I could still probably do it with very few misses because that's just ingrained in my brain forever. I did that song so many times on every speed and difficulty. At some point, I was able to play it with my eyes closed because I just knew when the notes were going to hit based on the music. That's how you want to play the game. Especially if you're doing tournaments, you need to be able to do that with every song because you never know what ones are going to come up. And the reason I say all that is because the pads that come with the game, those cheapo, little plasticky, you kind of adhere to your floor, they suck. I went through, I don't know, probably at least a dozen of those for the various consoles before I finally said, to hell with it, and I dropped $200 and I bought a real metal pad. This is metal. It's like arcade rated for the weight. I think you can get up to like 400 pounds on it, which is good because I'm older and fatter now. It also, at the end, is actually a little, are those PCI? I forget what that's called, and I'm in IT. Don't tell my boss I forgot what that port is called. But it has that end, and it comes with a bunch of adapters, so you can hook it up to the original Xbox, the GameCube, PS1, PS2, whatever. And USB, too, in case you were one of the people that got, I forget the name. Stepmania? No. Was Stepmania the real game? Beatmania is the real game. Maybe it was Stepmania. If you got the PC one that was all bootlegs and fan-made songs, then you could use this as well. But yeah, this is a thing that I own. It's pretty cool. Okay, so we've gone through that. Let's go through box number 2 of, I don't know, a million? Okay, more random stuff. So right on top, we have a Coleco. Yeah, it's a pretty cool console. I actually never played this as a kid. I mean, I knew the name, I knew that they existed. But the first time I ever played or had any interaction with a Coleco, I have a box for this, by the way, that it actually belongs in. It's over there. But yeah, the first time I played and interacted with a Coleco, I was dating a girl who was a stripper. That's way TMI, but now you know. But I didn't know she was a stripper at the time because during the day she works at a game store, and that was what I thought was cool, was a really pretty girl working at a game store who was like flirting with me. And girls don't flirt with me. I'm kind of a gross. So, at one point, we were dating. I just broke up with another girl. I started dating her, like, right after. There was not much of a gap. It was weird. But, yeah. So at one point, she got me a gift, and it was a boxed ColecoVision that they had at that game store. And I was super happy, and we played it. And I really actually enjoyed the game Ladybug, which is like a a Pac-Man clone, but a little more advanced because there's like moving doors and stuff. It was really cool. It's a fun console. There's lots of other cool, fun stuff for it. So yeah, that's the Coleco. Okay, moving on. I really need to not talk about my personal life as much in here. Again, special editions, tons of them. Actually, a lot of these 360 ones all came from the era where I was working at GameStop. Because I was working there when the 360 released. No, I was working at Walmart when the 360 released, because those pre-orders, oh god. But I was working at GameStop shortly after. I was there when the Resident Evil 5 Special Edition 360 console came out. I was also there for the launch of the, what was it, I think the DSi. Yeah, so that whole era. But while I was there, whenever people trade in special editions, GameStop doesn't care, because they don't actually care about games, because they're monsters. So the special editions would go on the shelf at the same used price as the standard editions. So whenever someone traded in a special edition, I went on break and bought it, because duh. So, like this one, for example, also you'll see Halo Wars and Two Worlds are other ones that I picked up there for the price of a used copy of the standard game, because that's just how it works. You'll notice the game's not in there. I have the game, it's just in another box with the 360 games. I keep it out because I want to actually play it. But all the other collectible crap's here. So yeah, those are those. We have Prey. This one I actually pre-ordered and bought for myself. I didn't get it used. I got it new because I wanted this game. I knew I wanted this game. Like I said, not a huge FPS person, but I did love this one. Just the whole aesthetic of it was really cool. It had a cool story. It was very interesting. The graphics at the time, I'm sure they're crap now, but at the time it looked really cool. I really dug this game. Everything about this appealed to me. I was completely on board. I was thrilled when this came out. And I did love it. I really did. Like I said, not a big fan of shooters, but I am a fan of that one. I played through and beat the whole game, which is very rare for me. With as many games as I have, I don't necessarily always play all of them, and I very rarely beat games, because once it gets hard, it's not fun for me anymore. I'm very much a casual. I play video games to have a good time, not to be annoyed and frustrated. So if it becomes super challenging, like unreasonably so, like a Dark Souls or a Bloodborne or something, I stop playing. That's not fun for me. I don't care. I want an easy setting. I want, overpowered weapons that I can unlock through like 99-cent DLC. Like, I want a fun experience. I want to do the gameplay, but I want to beat the game. So if the game's not going to let me do that easily, I'm just going to give up. Here we have two more special edition-y things. These are both pre-orders. This one I kind of regret. It was not a great game. Honestly, this one wasn't great either. But yeah, these are things I pre-ordered. And yeah, that's where we're at. Okay, more stuff. Skylanders. These little buggers. I played the first Skylanders game because it had Spyro in it. And I really loved Spyro. It was what made me want to get a PlayStation. It was one of the first 3D adventure games that I played. And I really, really enjoyed it. So when I saw Skylanders, I'm like, oh, hey, that looks like a cool Spyro game. I'm going to play it. And I did play it. I'm like, oh, this is more than Spyro. There's all kinds of stuff going on. How cool. And then there are all the different collectible figures. And the more you got, the more different things you could do in the game, the more areas you could unlock, and the various different play styles you had. It was a really cool, unique idea. It was the first time I had seen that Toys to Life thing. So I'm like, hey, this is really awesome. I'm on board with this. So as they released more games and more figures, I bought all of them. And you'll see later, I do mean all of them. I have all of the Skylander figures. Some of them I have duplicates of because this was like a Christmas-themed version of this guy. So I kept that special Christmas-themed one in the container. And Easter-themed this guy, same deal. So yeah, I have a lot of Skylanders. And now they're not worth anything. Nobody cares. The game is completely gone by. Which is stupid, by the way. We're going to talk about this. Disney Infinity came along, and Skylanders already existed. So they had an example and a formula of what worked. You have all the different characters, and at any point, when you're playing through a level, you take off the character you're playing as, you put in a new character, now you play as that guy, and it gives you new options for getting through the level. Maybe they have different attacks, or one can fly, or whatever the case is. Disney Infinity didn't do that. They had levels where you had to play as a character from that franchise. That's it. Those are your only options. You have to. The only time you could swap out characters and play as whoever you wanted was in the pointless sandbox mode, which was exactly that, a pointless sandbox mode. You could build your own stuff to play on, but as far as actual levels with objectives and missions and achievements, no. You had to buy the various sets and the various characters and only use those specific ones. And it sucked. And I don't know why they thought to do that, because again, they already had the formula for what worked. And then, to make matters worse, Nintendo, the other evil empire, they came out with their Toys to Life, we'll pretend, franchise, and they didn't even do that. They're like, hey, here are these figures, and they, we'll say they interact with your games. I mean, you can't use them to play the games, and these characters don't unlock in any sense in anything. But if you touch this thing on here, you might get an in-game bonus of some currency that's easily obtainable anyway, or 5 of an uncommon item in Hyrule Warriors that you already have a max stack of, or you might get a new skin in Mario Maker. And that's still as useful as Amiibos have gotten. They still, to this day, with how many Amiibos they've released and the multiple consoles they've worked on, they still haven't figured out how to use them. There's no game where you touch an Amiibo to it and unlock that character and play through a level. And there should be. There really, really should. If you remember, on tangent here, a Subspace Emissary from the good Smash Brothers game, the one with the story mode that people actually enjoyed, but then Sakurai had to go pout because someone put the videos on YouTube. Oh yeah, no one's gonna play my game now. Douche. So he just, while pouting because other people saw his videos without beating the game first, he decided he's not going to do story mode games anymore because he sucks. Well, in that story mode, which is really good, you played through a bunch of different themed levels with different varieties of characters. As they met up in the story, you got the options to play as those characters that have now met and are partied together. It's really cool. It was a really fun style of gameplay. It was just a really engaging story mode. It was great. Everyone loved it. No one ever complained about it, as far as I know. Like, it was universally liked. Nintendo needs that. You have these different levels based on your various different game worlds. You know, you can be in Mobius for Sonic. You can be in Mushroom Kingdom, Hyrule. You know, you could be in the various worlds for Metroid, whatever. And as you put the Amiibo on your platform, you touch your controller, whatever you do, that character becomes the one you play through these levels as. And there's so many now that you could play as, like, Princess Zelda riding on Loftwing, but through Mushroom Kingdom. Or you could fight Ridley as Mega Man. Like, it would be so interesting and so cool to have that game. And the formula exists. It's what they did in Skylanders. They know what to build because it's already been built by someone else. And they already have the hardware to do it. The Amiibos are already there. And they've already licensed the cross-play functionality for, like, the third-party stuff, like Simon and Mega Man and Pac-Man and all of them, because they worked out those same deals for Smash Brothers. So why we don't have basically a Nintendo Kingdom Hearts, I don't know. Someone at that company is just an idiot, and they saw Skylanders, and they didn't even realize there was a game behind them. They just thought, hey, tiny statues with our people on them, we should make those. And they did. And now that's what we have. But that was a long ramble. Let's get back to this stuff. Here we have a Genesis. It's one of them. This is the first generation. I have all 3 generations of Genesis. Genesis? I don't know. I have a bunch of these. Actually, you'll notice that's a theme here. I'm really going to stop throwing things. I have duplicates of pretty much every console. Usually as like a backup. Or for like parts, if one breaks, I can just start playing the other. Or if I have 3 that are broken, I can put all the pieces together and make one that works. That's the theory anyway. For example, the PS1. As we keep going, you'll see, I think I have 6 of these. I don't know why I have that many. Actually, I do know why. I buy game lots a lot. As a collector, there's a lot of games that I have. And sometimes I forget that I have them. And more importantly, a lot of times when I'm looking online for one specific game I want, PS1 for example, let's say I want Vandal Hearts 2. I do. I love Vandal Hearts. And I have a copy without the case, but I want one with a full jewel case with the instructions, everything. So I find someone online that has a PS1 with 7 games, and one of those games is Vandal Hearts 2. Now, it's always cheaper to buy lots than to buy individual games, because with an individual game, Generally, people know what they have when they list it. They look up the value first, and they're like, oh, this is an $80 game. I'm going to start the bidding at $75. If it's a lot, generally it's, hey, I found this old system in the attic and my kids used to play, and I don't know, someone buy this. And the bidding starts at $5. So I buy those lots, and then I win the auction, and I get it, and now I got the Vandal Hearts 2 that I wanted, but I also got another console and 6 more games, 5 of which I probably already had. So that's where the duplicates come from. Moving on again. Little Big Planet 3 with a plush. He's still in the box. More special editions. Ooh, Trials of Cold Steel, the first one. It's an Xseed game. I like Xseed. They make a lot of cool games. They do, not Harvest Moon, the other one, Story of Seasons, right? I think that's them. Or is Rune Factory them? One of those is Xseed, I'm pretty sure. Maybe it is Harvest Moon. I don't even know anymore. They do one of those type of farming sim games. I love those games. And they do it, and it's great. Also, Falcom worked on this. And one of their characters was in one of the Hyper Dimension Neptunia games. Because whenever another developer or company, publisher, music, whoever, whenever a company helps work on one of those games, that company gets turned into a character in the games. So, yeah, that's the thing. Okay, here we go. Yeah. I was just playing this earlier. Man, this box is in shit condition. That stinks. No Man's Sky is great. It was great when it came out. I will fight you. I'm sorry, but I thought the game was amazing. It was exactly what I wanted it to be. It was a simulator in outer space. I got to fly to an infinite number of randomly generated planets and farm things, and build things, and fly around some more, and just upgrade stuff. And it was cool. It was fun. I loved it. Don't get me wrong. The game has added so much. It's 20 times the game it was when it came out now. There are settlements now where you can have Animal Crossing in space, and you can walk around in giant mech suits, and you can play with other people, and you can take on giant missions, and there's just so much now. But even when it came out, it was an incredible game. And so I was one of the people that pre-ordered it and was not disappointed. I was thrilled. I loved it. I was very happy with the product I got. And as you see, I got the limited edition, which means I have a steelbook and some DLC that I don't actually think even works in the game anymore. But yeah, I love it. It's a great game. Everyone should play it. You can pick up a copy now for like 20 bucks. And if you have the next-gen consoles, A, congratulations. I don't know how the hell you found one. But B, it has even better graphics and better load times. So definitely play this. It's amazing. Yeah, when I'm done with this box, I'm going to have to move all this stuff out of the way so I can get to the next boxes. I don't know why I'm whispering. This is my house. I'm not bothering anyone. No one else can hear me. Yeah! See? No one cares. No one. Gears of War. Special edition. Okay. Rocksmith. No one cares. More Rocksmith. Continued not caring. I had some weird thought in my head that I would learn to play guitar. I did not. Seen it. Huge movie fan. If you've seen a bunch of my videos, you know that. This year actually might be the first year I skip my horror marathon. Just because I'm still in the process of settling into this house, and there's just a lot going on. I have a wedding of a close friend to go to in a week, and my mother turns 60 tomorrow, and I'm switching jobs soon. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on. So, I don't know if I can dedicate myself to a movie a day, plus the time it takes to review it, and either write up that review and post it online, or film the review, edit, and post that online. So, I might skip it this year. Which is weird, because I haven't skipped it in quite a while, but that's where we are. You don't care. You're not even watching this. No one is. But, just throwing it out there anyway. Psychopaths. This is another one that, like I said, when I see Japanese art, I buy the game. I don't know what the game's about. I genuinely don't. But it looks cool, and there's a big collector's edition. Plus, it's made by Nisa, and they make a lot of cool games. I like that company. I will support them. This is a good example, though, of how collector's editions for me are always screwed up. The bottom here, the cardboard's a little bent. Right here, there's a nice big crease in the corner, so it looks like it got jammed against something. Same for at the top. You can't see a lot of this on the video, There's a huge crease right here and a big screwed up part in the box there, and that corner's dented too. So yeah, these are how my collector's editions work. I don't know why. I buy them. They come in. They're screwed up. It always happens. At this point, I've just kind of accepted that stuff in my collection is not going to be a perfect 10 out of 10 condition, just ever. Because I don't know. I can't have nice things. This is from Story of Seasons. There's a lot of collectible plushies and stuff. I don't care. I'll admit it. I'm a grown adult. I enjoy plushies. I have one in my bed that I sleep with every night. Yeah. What? What? How do you not want something to cuddle all the time? It's great. It is. You're wrong. And don't start with me, oh, if you have a person to cuddle. No, because cuddling next to a person is sweaty and uncomfortable, and then your arm goes under their head, and then it falls asleep, and it just sucks. No one wants that. That's painful. Cuddling with a little stuffed bear or something? That's great! They're just fuzzy, and it's fun to hug them, and it's pleasant. Yeah. More Loot Crate stuff. Mario Brothers Ice Cube tray. I don't actually use ice cubes. I actually have a fridge that creates ice cubes, and the part that does that is broken, and everyone keeps saying, hey Dean, when are you gonna fix that? Probably never, because I genuinely don't care. I don't use ice cubes. I have a pitcher of cold water in the fridge. If I want cold water, I use that. Otherwise, just drink from the sink. Cold-ish is fine. I know. I don't care. Not that picky. I am, just not with water temperature. Ooh. This is Odin Sphere. Now I love the original Odin Sphere. Great game. So when I saw a new remade thingy, I had to buy it. And I did buy it. And here it is. It's a collector's edition. It's fancy. And there's something in there rattling around. What is it? Oh, it's an art book. Oh, and a t-shirt. And an art print. Yeah, but that's all still in there. And then the game is, again, somewhere in one of the other boxes, because I actually played this. Jesus, don't fall apart. You're one of the few boxes that's in good condition. Stay that way. Okay, getting down to the bottom. We have a 360, the second version, because the first ones didn't look like this. They had that other shape. Yeah, you know. I, of course, have the Kinect to go with it, because, hey, I can read my skateboard into the game for Tony Hawk, and I can do all these other cool things! None of those things happened. You know that, I know that, everyone knows that. It was another gimmick. I'm surprised it didn't come from Nintendo with how gimmicky and crap it was. But yeah, we all bought one, because we're suckers! Then, next, I have a 3DO. This is a console. This is similar to like my Laseractive or my CDI, in that it's a weirder console. It wasn't as popular, it wasn't a commercial success, not as many people had them, and therefore I love it. Similar to like, I had the R-Zone, and I ended up getting a Virtual Boy. The R-Zone I had as a kid, the CDI I discovered as a kid, the Laseractive, a babysitter of mine had as a kid. The 3DO is one that I discovered after I became a serious collector. Similar to the Virtual Boy. But yeah, it's a cool console. There are some fun games for it. And, I don't know, there's nothing else to say about the 3DO. It's not that exciting. Like, I'm glad I have one, but let's be honest, no one cares. And lastly, we have two NES consoles in here. Here's one, here's another. This one is just an NES. It doesn't really matter, no one cares. This one, however, as you can see, is fancy. This I brought with me to the Too Many Games convention, one of the years I went. And it's signed by, I don't know how many of those you can make out, but that's DJ Cutman, a huge fan of his. That's Stuart Zagnut. He was the voice of Professor Oak in the original Pokemon animated series. Obviously, AVGN, Mike Matei, a little doodle of Shit Pickle, and Kyle Justin, who does their theme song. That's Brown Floss. And I thought he signed in it too, but no, he just signed on the flap. But anyway, yeah, I got it signed by a bunch of people. Unfortunately, this is one of the years that Psycho Stick wasn't there, which is disappointing because I would have loved to have gotten Psycho Stick to sign this as well. But I've met them a few times, I've gotten to sign other things, so we're all good there anyway. Okay, so that's 2 boxes down. We have an hour of footage for 2 boxes. There's a million more boxes. This is going to be the longest video in the history of ever. So yeah, we're going to move on. I'm actually going to go to sleep and then pick this up later. So when my clothes change and all that stuff, that's why. Just know going forward, there's not going to be continuity here. This is going to be multiple takes spliced together and edited all kinds of ways. But yeah, those were the first 2 boxes. I hope you enjoyed all the rambling and the nonsense. I know you didn't, unless you're me, because that's the only person that's going to watch, and I did enjoy it. Actually, that's one other person that might watch, who's a close friend of mine, and gave me a bunch of these games. And to that person, if you're still watching, I love you. I don't know why you watched this much of this video. These are garbage videos, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. I hope you are. Okay, moving on. Okay, so as I mentioned before, I've already unpacked some of the Amiibos. Also, sorry if there's a weird humming in the background. There's the ceiling lighting in this room, and it hums. But yeah, Amiibos. There's a whole bunch. These ones aren't boxed, obviously. Most of the rest are. As I mentioned, here's Simon, and here's where the cardboard is open and cracked and broken. I don't know if you can really see that on the camera, but there it is. And yeah, just massive disappointment there. And unfortunately, it's not the only one. This box is very mangled and bent and screwed up in the corner here, and you can see all the creases right along the back. And a lot of the other ones are the same. Zelda and Loftwing is brand new, and yet already has the bent corners and the messed up cardboard here and a little crush damage there. Plastic's dented here. It just, I don't know. That's the luck I have. If I order anything, it's going to be screwed up. I think I already mentioned the little Charizard Terrarium thing. Go buy your own. They're really cool. This was a gift from a friend. It's a Zelda treasure chest. And man, I hope I played the sound in there. Editor Dean, do that. Aside from a bunch of arcade tokens that I've collected from various arcades over the years, I, of course, have the 3 little pendants from Ocarina of Time because I'm a nerd and it's fun for me. There's a little Rush keychain because I absolutely love Rush. He's a really cool robot dog, and one of the reasons I want a red husky so that I can name it Rush. Also, a tiny Umbreon because Umbreons are cool. Yep, that's a thing. And, limited run games. They don't do this program anymore, so I think these are just an absolute waste now. But it used to be whenever you bought a game, you got a ticket. And with enough of these tickets, if you mail them in, you get a free game. The problem was I never mailed them in because who the hell uses the mail anymore? So instead, I just ended up with a pile of them. And now they don't even do the program where you get the tickets, and I'm not sure I can even return these for a game. I think I just have a pile of tickets. There are enough to get a free game. I don't think they accept them anymore. So I'm just going to hang on to these for the rest of eternity. Also, last thing that's on this shelf is, well, there's a little Rubik's Cube. But also, a Hyperdimension Neptunia Poster, because I really do like that franchise. It's a fun, self-aware, campy kind of JRPG. If you're not familiar, I think I did a video on at least one of them. Check it out. It's fun. It's funny. You'll enjoy it if you like JRPGs at all. So, yeah, play it. And now I'll open all these boxes. Oh, boxes. My greatest joy in life. Okay. In the back, I don't know if you can see these. There are 2 Wii Fit Boards. One's from the Wii, one's from the Wii U. Not that it matters. They're exactly the same hardware. And I have 2 of them. Actually, I thought I had more, so I'm surprised there's only 2. But yeah, there's 2. This is Magic the Gathering again. This is one of the Elder Dragons from the game. At least back in my day, in Legends, you had the different Elder Dragons here. They were some of the stronger creatures. They required multiple different colors to play back when not a lot of people ran multicolored decks. Now that's all you do. So he was a cool creature then. Now I guess he's a planeswalker or whatever, and he's part of the game's lore, which has gotten way out of control. But yeah, it was just a cool dragon at the time. Okay, box. Oh, this would be an easy one. I don't need to talk about this too much. It appears to be just a crap ton of 360 games. I have 2 copies of Modern Warfare 3, which is weird because I won't even play one. Oh, one's the European one. I have a European 360 that I got from a friend who lives in Europe, obviously. Mostly so I could play Iron Sky Invasion and Arcana Heart 3. Because, for whatever reason, they got European releases on the 360. They did not get American releases. Which is weird, because they were translated in English, so the words are the same. All you really have to do is just port them on US format discs. But they didn't do that. I don't know why. Trying to see if there's anything else worth talking about. Oh, Borderlands 2 is another one I have both versions of. Some RPGs like Blue Dragon, which was surprisingly good. Beautiful Katamari, which is great. Ooh, I have a sealed game. Oh, good. It's another Call of Duty. Speaking of, you might be wondering why I have so many Call of Duty games, because I don't like Call of Duty, or pretty much any shooter, but especially that one. And the reason is, I don't know. People give them to me. Literally, I've had multiple people like, hey, I have some old games. Do you want them? And my answer to that question will always be yes. And then they hand me a stack of Call of Duty games. I don't know why. It's just what everyone has and doesn't want anymore. That part I understand. But they then decide that I need them, so I end up with 1 million copies of Call of Duty. Chrome Hounds. That was a fun game. Actually, that was the first game I ever bought DLC for. Back before DLC cost money, it cost the Xbox points, which you had to buy with real money. It was, I think, 1,600 points for $10 or $12 or $20. I don't know, some denomination of dollars that wasn't 16. And then the DLC for this game was weirdly priced. It was like 40 of those points. So everything was like cents. But it just, there were multiple different conversions that had to happen, and it was really weird. And I'm glad they went away from that model. That was dumb. Also, I have a copy of Crysis 3 that is also sealed for some reason. This is actually a shooter I would play, because I hear the Crysis games are really fun. But apparently I have not played this one yet, because it's still sealed. And wow, the condition of this thing is just atrocious. Like, I don't think you can see it, but the cardboard on the underside is like very warped. It looks like there was some moisture at some point that kind of warped the whole thing. And the plastic feels like it's stretched just a little too tight. So, I don't know. As far as sealed games go, that one's in crap condition. Ooh! Speaking of sealed games, there you go. That's a gem and a half right there. That's the one we all wish we had. A lot of weird games. A lot of, like, RPG-ish things like this that, you know, people haven't seen a lot. Of course, all the Rock Band stuff. And actually, another one I'm going to talk about real quick, because this was a hidden gem for me, Amped 3. I think this was a launch title for the 360. If not, it came out very early on in the console's life. But this was just a ridiculously fun game. If you like the sports-style stuff like your Tony Hawk's and your Dave Mirra BMX and those kind of games, it's similar, but the humor in this is just off the wall. The game is absolutely ridiculous. All the dialogue and the cutscenes are just more and more funny and weird than the last. And a buddy of mine and I played the heck out of this game. I think we ended up finishing it. And just, we were laughing the whole time. The game was ridiculous. We had so much fun with it. So if you're looking for something in the 360 era that's just a fun, good time. Like, it's not super challenging. It's not, you know, the greatest, like, the big epic story written by experts or whatever. It's just fun. It's just one of those games that you just play when you just want to have a good time. Yep, and more games. Oh, Beatles Rock Band. Funny enough, I know a guy whose kid helped design this. He worked for Harmonix at the time and worked on this game. He even got a set, like the full band set from the company for working on it, which I wish I could get that from him, but I don't think he has it anymore. But yeah, that's a cool thing. Unfortunately, knowing that person didn't give me any connections. I didn't meet the person that I would know them through, the intermediary person, until after the game had already come out, so it didn't benefit me in any way. But I know that person, so yeah, laying claim to fame. I'm not going to play a Weird Al clip here because copyright strikes. I get too many of those as it is. I don't need to invite them. Moving on. This is another collector edition that just I got screwed on. Not because the game is bad or anything, but once again, every single corner is messed up. It's just, I don't know. I don't even need to point them all out. Just assume they're all messed up. But yeah, this is Valkyria Chronicles 4. It's game. I have it. Comes in a big box. Has a tank statue. It's pretty cool. Ring Fit Adventures. See, I got this not because it was super expensive for no reason. I mean, I know why. Everyone wanted to work out during the pandemic, and this was the easiest way they could do it at the beginning of the pandemic. So the price of this went up to like $500-$600 out of freaking nowhere. I pre-ordered it ahead of time for pretty cheap because, I mean, I know Nintendo's good at making workout games. As much as I complain about the motion controls they force on all of us and all the various hardware gimmicks that they love to use for no reason, I will give them a pass for all their workout games like the Wii Fit and like this. They always do a great job at those. This one especially, it's fun, and it's also a hell of a workout. Like, you will bust your butt playing this game. Clearly, I did not use it enough. I am still a fat person, but it's pretty great. And now that I have a game room again, aside from DDR, Ring Fit is going to happen, and hopefully I can have less of this. That's been Workout Tips with the Awkward Gamer. This here is for Gris, the game Gris. This is like some super limited edition thing. It comes with these fancy white servant gloves, and also, oh my god, is this actually going to come out of here? I don't know. Oh, please don't break anything! My little finger hold doesn't... There we go. Open the thing. Come on, you can do it. Yeah. Oh, I could have just done that. Yeah, gigantic book. Pretty sure it's an art book. And here's a build your own fancy case. There's a little art print here that's signed. Some more fancy stuff like sheet music for the game. And some little art cards. It's just fancy. As far as special editions go, this one's pretty robust. There's a whole lot of everything in here. So, yeah. If you're a collector's edition collector, this is one that you probably should have gotten if you didn't. I don't know if you can find it now, and if so, it's probably going to cost you a lot of money, but it's a pretty cool collector's edition to have. I can't put the box back.
2 hours later.
Okay, now that that's sorted, next box. Oh, this one has a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, some more Loot Crate posters. A lot of those. Limited run games. I order from them a lot. I'm pretty sure you know this already. They always do trading cards for most of their releases. And I have so many of these things. You'll see them floating in a lot of boxes. Somewhere I have a little plastic, well, two plastic cases that I've been actually collecting them all in. But a lot of these cards were randomly packed in boxes before I got those cases. So, yeah, as we come across these, I'm gonna, when I find those boxes, put these in there. More Skylanders. A lot of times, too, like I know I mentioned before, I bought all the special editions and kept them in the box. Also, a lot of times, just to make sure I got all of the Skylander figures, clearance racks. You'll find so many of them on clearance. At Walmart, at dollar stores, at places like Five Below, just everywhere. All the Skylanders, all the time. Ooh, Golf Story. It is a golf game, but it's also fun. It's not just a golf game. It's something worth getting. Now, I see Fidget. That's Fidget from Dust and Elysian Tale, which is by far the greatest indie game I've ever played. Dragon Audit, however, is a very close second. They're both really good. I know I've mentioned them both a lot. I've reviewed them both on this channel. If you're not familiar with both of them, go play them immediately. You don't even have to finish this video first. Just go play those games now. A Dark Souls wallet, a Gears of War, I think, blanket, maybe scarf. No, it's a blanket. Set you aside for a second. A metal sign from Rage. Some more posters. What is this? That is, a messenger bag themed on Galaga. More posters. A map of something. Oh, it's all the stuff from Elder Scrolls. And it's a pot holder for no reason. Again, Lots and lots of random stuff from loot crates. What is this? This is a throw rug. Or a rug of some sort. From what? I think that's Mass Effect. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it is. Or one of those space games. You know what? I'm going to keep this out because, again, new house, I need rugs. So that might not live in the game room. That might actually be deployed in a normal room. Yes, I said deployed because I'm freaking weird. More loot crate. More limited run cards. Mega Man. I love Mega Man. See, the downside is I collect pins to go in the roof of my car. In an old car one of my first cars actually, the roof was caving in. Just the fabric part. The whole roof wasn't collapsing on me. But to solve that problem, I got little pins and boop, put it up back on the ceiling and kind of fastened it there. And those are like what some people call buttons style pins. These are actual pins, like with the little backing. These don't help me. So I have a crap ton of these really cool looking acrylic pins, nothing to do with them. I have no use. Unless I buy like a denim jacket and become like an 80s punk rocker, I have nowhere to put those pins. But I have a crap ton of them. This is a Vita game. The PS Vita, for no reason at all, became really, really expensive to collect for. Like, super expensive. Sorry I was staring off camera. There was a bug on my door, and I was trying to figure out if it was alive or dead. It's dead, don't worry. But yeah, pretty much any game for the Vita, if you have it, is worth money. For no reason. Like, the console has a lot of cool RPGs. I thoroughly enjoy it. It is a good console. It's not the most amazing console in the world. And they've canceled it. They don't make stuff for it now. So it shouldn't be as big a deal as it is. But man, is it? It's just so much money. We have more Amiibos. It's Ridley. And you can go right there. Perfect. Okay, look at that. Organization. What else do we have? We have some Magic the Gathering stuff, which needs to go over with the other Magic the Gathering stuff. More limited run cards, because man, these things are everywhere. So many of these. Yeah, I know there's a lot of obvious games. I'll get to those. I'm just trying to pick out the smaller crap first. Some more pins. I really like that rupee one, but again, nowhere to put any of those things. Oh, we have an original soundtrack. Ooh, for Rabby Reeby. It's actually not a bad little game. It's a fun little platformer kind of thing, an indie title, also a limited runs release, another pin from Assassin's Creed. But yeah, Rabby Reeby. I think you can get it on Steam too, and a couple different consoles, mostly digital downloads, but pick it up. This, I was one of the Kickstarter backers for Pico Interactive releasing 40 Winks on the Nintendo 64. It was originally a PlayStation game, and it was planned to get a 64 release, but then it never did. And so Pico, doing what they normally do, they bought the rights to the game, because that's their business model. They finished off creating the Nintendo 64 version, and then released it. So now, physical copies of that game actually exist in the world. It's a finished game now, it can be played, I have it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I actually love that they do that business model. There are a lot of half-finished or untranslated or just basically abandoned games out there that really deserve to see the light of day. There's a lot of things that people have worked on that got a lot of time and money and investment already, but they never got to that finished state. And it's really cool that a company like Pico can come in and take those things and, you know, bring them from the 80 or 90% that they're at to that finished point, and then finally give them release. And they are releasing them on classic consoles too. They're not doing these and then just porting them to like Steam or dropping them as like cheap downloadable stuff. We're getting full console games with boxes, instructions. They're getting the physical release they deserved on the consoles they were for. It's really cool. So that's me fangirling about Pico Interactive. More pins. Some pre-order bonuses that came with Kingdom Hearts 3, which, by the way, was a very meh game. I was really disappointed with how long the wait was for that game. The game overall just kind of sucked. This is something related to Doom. I don't know what. It kind of looks like it's going to be a coaster set. But it's not. It's a bottle opener. Shaped like a parademon. Right? The floating heads of the parademons? I don't know. I don't know the names of all the creatures in Doom lore. I just like to shoot things. Not really, but in that game, yes. Also, can I just point out that the Doom and Animal Crossing crossover that happened because they released on the same day, my god, that was glorious. That was the greatest bit of marketing that's ever happened. Like, I don't even think Nintendo really knew what they were doing. I think id Software, well, Bethesda now, I think they were leading that, and Nintendo just went along with it. But, my god, it was just so cool. Oh, this is a fun little thing. I Am 8-Bit. If you ordered from them, eventually they would actually give you a membership card. I don't think it actually does anything. It has my name written on it, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I think it's just a fun thing to have, just to make you feel nostalgic and nerdy, like all those old companies used to do. More Kingdom Hearts pre-order nonsense, more pins that I have no use for, and I think that's all the small crap, so let's actually start looking at games. This is another DS. Like I said, lots of these. That's a 3DS. I wasn't done with the non-game stuff. Here's some more pins from GamerCat. Really cool comic. Sad that it's kind of dead now, but it was so good. This is something related to Metal Gear Solid. I don't know what. Probably a cup or mug of some sort. Or maybe a statue. It's one of those things that's in that box. I guess we'll never know. This is Super C, that apparently at one point cost somebody $20. I don't know that that's what I paid for it. But yeah, it's in here. Everspace. I think this is just the soundtrack to Everspace. It is. Assassin's Creed. What is this? I don't know. Looks like a deck of cards. Probably a deck of cards. Ooh, here we have more CDI games. Again, CDI games are kind of ridiculous. They did the same thing that the Sega CD did, where they did a lot of the FMVs. And this is no exception. You can see from the little preview on the back here, that picture in the top right is of an actual person. It's like a filmed video. And then in between those videos are actual gameplay. But it's always ridiculous to see some of those games. This is one of many Pokemon games that I have. I've bought every Pokemon game as they come out. I always pre-order them. I'm just a big fan of the franchise. So I have all these games. If you're a collector, you know how ridiculously expensive they all are. So I'm really glad I have them all. All in the original boxes, except for, unfortunately, the Game Boy. The original Game Boy ones. I don't have the boxes for those. I wish I would have kept them, because I did buy them new. And man, the price of those things now. This is Soul Calibur. Not a huge fighting game fan. Am a fan of that franchise. I'm not going to talk about every game. Although, however, I say that, and then Hyrule Warriors. I will talk about Hyrule Warriors. I love Hyrule Warriors. This is one of the best things that's ever happened. Underneath it is a PSP title. It doesn't matter. Hyrule Warriors is one of the coolest things that ever happened. I love Musou games. I was always a big fan of like Jade Empire and Dynasty Warriors, Samurai Warriors, all those kind of deals. And obviously, huge Zelda fan. So putting the two together the way they did is just the greatest of all the things. The second Hyrule Warriors, not as amazing, because they tried... I feel like they were more making a Breath of the Wild game than they were a Hyrule Warriors game. Like, it has some of the gameplay from Hyrule Warriors, but a lot of the systems were changed or removed. You didn't have the adventure maps, or even the challenge maps, really. You just had the main set of levels that you went through, and you could replay, but it was just the story mode, basically. It was a very stripped-down version of Hyrule Warriors. Plus, all the characters were exclusively characters from Breath of the Wild. So, it wasn't the worst game. Like, it was still fun to play, but compared to the first Hyrule Warriors, it was kind of a letdown. There was a lot more I would have liked out of it, and I still hope that we eventually get a proper Hyrule Warriors sequel that still has the adventure map and the challenge maps and all the various characters from all the different sections of the franchise. It'd be nice if they'd add in some of the Breath of the Wild characters, because that's one thing we were missing in Hyrule Warriors. But other than that, I
I think we need another game. There's so much content in that first game. I honestly still haven't 100%ed it yet, but it's so much fun for so much time because there's just infinite amounts of stuff to do. We definitely need more of that. There's a small bug at the bottom of this box. Not a fan of that. Unfortunately, all this stuff was in storage for so long that was kind of inevitable. I'm just glad the bug is dead, and it doesn't appear to have damaged anything. More limited run cards. Just so many. This. This was garbage. This, not as garbage, although I will never play another Forza Motorsports game again, because with the latest one, 7 I think it was, on the Xbone there, the whole game was just microtransactions and loot boxes. That's all it was. You had to pay real money to get in-game currency to open loot boxes that might randomly reward you with a car that you wanted. It might not. It might give you crap. And that's awful. That's not how you handle these games. It was atrocious. I don't think anybody liked it. In fact, I think they eventually removed that system from the game because of how much player pushback and complaints they got. But I'm sorry, removing it doesn't fix it. It fixes it for people going forward, but the fact that they thought that was a good idea at one point, and they thought, hey, this is what we should do to our game, we should take all the fun out of it, and instead make it a microtransaction factory. It's horrible, and I won't support that. So I will never buy another Forza Motorsport game, which is unfortunate. It was a franchise that I liked. Of all the simulation racers out there, like Gran Turismo and PGR and those kind of things, Forza Motorsport was my favorite, but never again. So, sorry guys, you're not getting that money back. I do still play the Forza Horizon games, although I'm kind of disappointed in that too, because there's a new one coming out just a few days after my birthday, and I was really excited to do the same thing I always do, and pre-order the premium edition with the Steelbook, because I always get it. I've got them all lined up on the shelf, they look great, and with the new one, they're not doing that. They're still making a premium edition, they always do, because it's more money. However, they're doing digital only for the premium. The only way to get physical is to buy a standard edition and then just get the premium upgrade digitally, which is absolute crap. I don't know why they would do that. You're still producing physical discs, you're still putting out some physical media, so why not just do all of it, like you always have? Like, the money's there. You're leaving money on the table by not producing this. I don't understand. It's really stupid. I don't know who in the game industry keeps telling these people that they need to go the physical only route. No one ever asked for that. There are people that like digital downloads, yes, but those same people aren't saying, oh, hey, never do physical. They're just saying, hey, I personally like the digital option. However, there's another group of people, like me, who are saying, hey, always do physical because that's the only option I want. I don't like digital downloads. I don't buy games digitally. I still haven't played Cuphead because it's digital only. There's other games too that fall in that bucket, but that was the first one that comes to mind. The Castlevania and Contra Anniversary Collections. Also haven't played those. And those are both series that I really enjoy, but I'm not going to buy a digital-only game. So, they need to stop this crap. They really do. It's awful, you're losing money, you're annoying the gamers, just stop. But I'll move on. There's some stuff that doesn't matter that I set aside while I was ranting. Pokemon Let's Go, I didn't love these. I like the franchise, like I said, Pokemon is cool, but the Let's Go It removes some of the best parts of the game, like the random encounters, which I know some people complain about, but it's also what makes the game fun. You know, you're supposed to hunt for the Pokemon. You're not supposed to just see that, oh, hey, there's the rare one right there. Let me walk over and capture him. You know, it's supposed to be a hunt. It's supposed to be a challenge. That was part of the fun. But also, trying to catch things using the Pokemon Go method on a console is absolute crap. No one wants that. I don't even really like that capture method in the mobile game. So in console games, that's awful. So Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee are just very bleh. I hope they don't keep going. I hope they don't do more Let's Goes for the other generations, because it's garbage. This is Collector's Edition Smash Brothers. The European collector editions of this game got such cooler boxes than we did in America. They just look a lot cooler, and that annoys me. We should have those ones. But anyway, I have this. It looks pretty. It's still sealed. I haven't opened it. I know there's a controller in there. I have other copies of the game that I actually did open and play. This is just really cool looking. So here it is. Okay. Random Genesis game. A more modern Random Genesis game, Tanglewood. This is also released on the Evercade. It's a pretty good game. It doesn't always tell you exactly what to do, at least not in the game. You have to kind of read the instruction manual. I know, crazy. To figure out what to do. But it's really fun. Definitely worth playing. If you haven't, do so. I've got some PS2 game, We Love Katamari, which is sealed. And also Lightning Returns, which is sealed. I don't know why either of these are sealed. These are both games that I love to play. I'm assuming I have other copies of these, because these are great games. And I can't play them when they're still sealed. There's a Metal Sonic figure. Yeah. No, oh, that's not a dead bug, that's lint. Never mind. I don't know what this is. No, it says it's no manual, but it's also in sealed plastic wrap. Oh, it's Game Craze. They reseal their games. Never mind. This is a boxed copy of Toddlers, which looks like a really fun puzzle game. I don't remember buying this. I don't know how I came across this, but this is a fake seal, so I'm just going to remove it. And I know opening sealed games on camera is a no-no for a lot of collectors. Honestly, I'm generally one of those collectors that will say, hey, don't open sealed games. Like, it's cheaper to buy a non-sealed game, even complete in box, and just play that. Buying a sealed game to open it, at least from older generations, is a stupid thing to do. It's a waste of money. It's making sealed copies harder to find for collectors that want them, and it's just overall dumb. However, like I said, this was a fake seal. Game Craze resealed this game. And if I do open it up, which the box is not in the best condition, which makes you know that this was not sealed, for the box to be this messed up, then the plastic would have had to have been severely damaged. But if I open this, I can confirm that yes, there is no manual, so this was a reseal. This is the Mega Man X Collector's Edition that was put out by, was this I Am 8-Bit? I'm pretty sure this was, yeah, I Am 8-Bit. Basically, they re-released Mega Man X. It's licensed from Capcom. Capcom said, yeah, go ahead and do this. And they reprinted, it's a blue cartridge. I think there's like some posters or fancy stuff in the box too. Yeah. I would have preferred Mega Man X2, but I'll take Mega Man X. Likewise, I think they did a collector's edition of Mega Man 2, which I would have preferred 3, but still really cool. Salt and Sanctuary, just a random indie game that I have a collector's edition of. There's a lot of those. Random game that doesn't matter. Fork Parker's Crunch-Out. This is a Super Nintendo game. An indie one from, I don't know what studio published it for them. It looks like it was developed by Devolver. Probably published by I Am 8-Bit or Pico, one of those companies. But yeah, just a little fun indie aftermarket Super Nintendo game. Halo 5, nobody cares, including me. More limited run cards. A poster for something. One of these days, I'm going to find all these posters and find a way to frame them all, and I don't even know where I'll hang them because this room's not big enough. There's the actual copy of 40 Winks that I talked about earlier. This was the soundtrack for it. Yeah, it's a game. Comes in a proper box. Looks like an N64 title if you look at the screenshots. It's what you expect from that era. It's a thing. Here's more Final Fantasy XIII, also sealed. You know, the only thing I can think of is, at one point, someone pointed out to me that if you go on Squaresoft's website, and I guess I'm going to tell all of you now, but it's not Squaresoft anymore, it's Squeenix now. If you go to Squeenix's site, they still sell their own first-party games. Well, they're not first-party, but their own games. You can buy them direct from them, brand new, including a lot of the Final Fantasies, some of the later like the, not Secret of Mana, obviously, but I think like the Collection of Mana or Trials of Mana, one of those kind of things. You can still buy those games, brand new and sealed from Squeenix. That's probably what these are, is someone told me that, I went on their site and just ordered one of everything. So if you're so inclined to get sealed copies of Squeenix games, which, I mean, you should, if anything's going to hold value, it's going to be Squeenix games, now's your chance, go do it! This is Night Trap, one of those awful FMV Sega CD games I mentioned earlier. For whatever reason, Limited Run Games teamed up with the company that made a bunch of those FMV garbage games and decided to re-release them. And of course I bought it because I'm stupid like that. So here we go. That's not the Sega CD re-release, that's obviously the Switch copy. But they did actually reissue a lot of Sega CD games too, and I have those as well. More posters. And what is this? Ooh, I can register my Legacy cartridge. Actually, I think I did that with one of them, and I think that's how I ended up with the membership card from I Am 8-Bit. Okay. Kingdom, New Lands. It's just another collector's edition. And what is this? Oh, Starlink. This is another Toys to Life game from Nintendo, so it's probably awful because Nintendo sucks like that. Or no, this isn't from Nintendo. This is from Ubisoft. Not that they suck any less, but they partnered with Nintendo for the Switch version to bring Star Fox and the R-Wing to the game. I believe I actually have multiple copies of this because they were on clearance at Walmart for like $10. And that's for the whole set with all the stuff. So I'm pretty sure I picked up a couple. This one I left sealed, so I'm almost 100% positive there's another one somewhere. I'm going to move to the other box after I throw away this one. Please hold. If you're an adult and you're able to kneel or sit Indian style and not have your legs fall asleep, I don't know what kind of magic you possess, but please share with me your secrets. Moving on. Oh, while my legs tingle painfully. These are some off-brand Chucks, themed like Nintendo consoles. It's pretty cool. I enjoy them. However, they're too small for my giant feet, so now they just look fancy. Someone bought them for me as a gift, my little sister, I believe, and the size wasn't quite right, because my feet are anywhere from a 12 to a 16, depending on the brand. It's weird. This is an old Loot Crate box that looks like a Nintendo console, so I kept it, because it looks like a Nintendo console. It's empty. There's nothing in it. This is a box for one of my many, many 360s. I do have a lot of this console. This is another one, actually, that I get gifted a lot. Multiple people have given me Xbox 360s. And I know that sounds very privileged, and it is. I'm very lucky and fortunate that people know that I collect games, and sometimes I luck into just getting gifted them. So I'm not like taking that for granted. I understand how rare that is for collectors, especially nowadays. But luckily it has happened, and I have ended up with several consoles, and it's pretty cool. This is filthy. Oh my god. But this is just a Wii. And actually, yeah, this one's still in here. Why is that one still in there? When did I get one in the box that I didn't open? I don't know. This is a fun story. This console is also in here, and actually, this console is still wrapped in plastic. I was dating a girl at one point, and while cleaning out her parents' garage, found this. Complete in box, in basically brand new condition on the inside. The box is a little rough, but not bad considering the age. The computer itself, I don't know if it's even ever been turned on. And I was just gifted that. Actually, speaking of, there's another thing I found in that garage. This is the classic football handheld from Mattel. The parents of the girl I was dating had this in the garage because they worked for Mattel. This was the floor display model. You can see the metal Try Me case. I can take it out of the phone. This was supposed to be installed in a store as the playable display that people would use to decide, hey, I want to buy this game. It was obviously never installed. Here's the hardware that was never used. As you can see, the unit is wired to the metal bracket here. This is awesome. I'm really happy to have this store display. Like I said, it was never deployed anywhere, so, I mean, it was never used a whole lot. There's obviously no... Oh my god! I was wrong. There are batteries. It does work. Wow, that's cool. So, yeah, apparently these batteries just last indefinitely. And that's a thing that I own. Not many people have display models like this, so this is just another one of those things where it's niche and unique, and therefore I love it. I doubt that it's super valuable. It's not really in demand. I can't think of too many collectors that are going out of their way to get classic football. But it's a cool thing. And actually, I had a classic football as a kid, and I played it a bunch, and I did enjoy it. So having this version of it is kind of fun. Let me just repackage this real quick, because I don't want to damage it, especially because it still works, which is amazing. Speaking, though, of batteries in things, I'm going to go a little off script here. I don't have a script. Never pack things with batteries in them. This is my Tiger R-Zone. I'm a big fan of this console. I actually had one as a kid because my neighbor had one and I traded him something for it. And I enjoy it a lot. I do. I know it's a Tiger game, and Tiger games are always crap. And honestly, these are no exception. But they were the fun kind of crap, at least to me. I enjoyed them. However, when I was putting everything into boxes, I put this one away with the battery still in it. You should never do that. I don't know how well this is going to show up on the camera, but if you can see in that battery compartment, there's lots of battery acid and corrosion because the batteries obviously burst while packaged, as batteries are wont to do. And so now I was able to, pry the batteries out and scrape off some of the corrosion, but there's a lot left. This is now going to need a deep cleaning, and it might be broken entirely. I might not be able to salvage this. So this is just a PSA to never do that. If you're going to package anything away for any period of time, take the batteries out. Whether it's a console, a controller, a handheld, anything at all, if it has batteries in it, remove them first. You'll thank me later. This is Tetris-themed Bop It. That's all. It's Tetris-themed Bop It. Okay. Oh, this will be a quick one. This is the Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon box combo set. Did I open this? I did. I'm pretty sure it came with a steelbook. Or maybe it just came with copies of both games. Nope, came with a steelbook. Which is in there. This is Axiom Verge. Pretty sure it's the Wii U version. Really fun game. And then all the rest of this is hardware. I have a Genesis 2. I have a second Genesis 2. I have the Hey You Pikachu Nintendo 64 console. I have my super amazing Zelda-themed Nintendo 64 console. I have a regular Nintendo 64 console. PS2 controller. Cords for... I don't know what that looks like. A Wii... Yeah, that's a Wii... Oh, the Wii U power brick. Sorry. And the wireless receiver thing for the 360. Can't remember what device that's the receiver for. Maybe the gun for Cabela's. Okay, too many of you. You all need to just relax. What is this? This is large. Oh, the 2600. I have a bunch of these. These used to be really cheap. At one point, I remember I went into a used game store with my friend I mentioned earlier. I should not be using people's real names. I might bleep that. But I went into the game store with him and our third friend. I know I just said I'm not going to use real names and then use another one, so I'm definitely going to bleep these. But when I went to the store with Bleep and Bleep, we had a tradition where every week, usually at the end of the week, we'd go to this local game store. We'd each pick out random games that we'd never heard of that just had interesting, sticker art or just an interesting title. And we'd buy them because they were cheap and we'd never heard of them. And then we'd go back to my house and we'd play them all night. And it was just a fun thing that we always did. It was really cool. The three of us, we had a blast all the time. And I mentioned that because while at that game store that we used to frequent, someone was trading in an Atari 2600. and the store offered them X amount of money. I don't know, like $12. And the guy's like, I don't think I'll take $12. So he turned down the sale. It's important that he turned it down first. So I then said, hey, can I buy it from you? I have like 20 in cash. Would you take that? And apparently that extra $8 was what he needed to consider the offer. So he's like, you know what? Sure. And I did. I bought it. And it was $20. I got the console, a bunch of the controllers for it, and I don't know, like 30 games or something. And that wasn't a great deal, is what I'm getting at. $20 for an Atari console and like a pile of games was pretty normal. That's not the only time I've gotten that for around that price. Nowadays, people are getting upwards of $50 just for the console, and that's ridiculous. The Atari 2600, they're everywhere. There's so many of them, and the games are worth nothing. Game stores used to sell them for $0.25 a piece. I know a guy that owns a game store. Well, he used to. I think he sold both of them off now. But when he owned the stores, he literally would sell them for $0.25 a piece. And after a while, did a buy two get one sale with them too, because he couldn't move them. No one wanted them. So the prices they're going for now are absolutely asinine. Like, I know the entire game market has exploded and things are costing way more now than they ever did before. But don't pay the prices. They're ridiculous. Wait for the bubble to burst and the whole WADA controversy to finally come out and that company to get destroyed like they need to be. And let prices get back to normal before you buy any old collectibles is what I'm saying. Because if you're paying more than $1 for an Atari 2600 game, you're getting screwed. There's a couple rare ones that are worth more than that. The vast majority of titles for that console are worth nothing, and you shouldn't pay a lot. That's not to say they're not good games. They're just not valuable games. This is a Dreamcast. This was my first Dreamcast. You can see from just how yellowed it is, how old it is. Actually, there. That's the color it's supposed to be. That's the color it is. But it does still work. And it has a James Bond sticker on the top, because why not? When you're a kid, you put stickers on everything. This is my TurboGrafx. I love the TurboGrafx. I just hit myself in the throat with it. That was kind of stupid. It was a really fun console. It took me way too long in life to get one of these. I didn't get one of these until I was actually an adult collector. But it's really fun. There's a lot of cool games. The Bonk games are all really legit. What is it? Dungeon Explorer, I think it's called, is a really fun game. Even Keith Courage isn't bad. It's a fun console. It really is. And I'm excited to see some of those games coming over to the US now. Like I think, for example, Pico Interactive again I'm pretty sure they've bought some of the games that either weren't finished or were finished but only got Japanese releases and are releasing them here, which is cool. And I think some of the titles from that are also releasing on the Evercade, and everything on the Evercade gets translations too. So it's exciting to see more of the stuff from that console that didn't get a US release initially, and there was a lot. But it's getting them now. That's awesome. Sega Saturn, I believe this is the first one. It is, because there's a little melty bit. I remember that. Again, with those same friends I mentioned earlier. I bought this and a copy of Nights into Dreams at a used game store for way less than you'd think. And we had a blast. Really fun game. Really fun console. Well, some of the stuff on this console is really fun. And actually, when we bought it, we didn't realize you needed an expansion pack to play Nights, and some other games too. But we had to make a second trip to the game store that day. And last but not least, here's an Xbox 360 that's very, very dirty, as everything is, because they've all been in boxes for way too long. Ew, that dust has texture. Oh, I'm covered now. Cool. I'm glad that's all on video. These are awful videos. I'm not sorry. I'm enjoying this. But this is a special edition from Modern Warfare 2, which, again, I'm not a Call of Duty fan, but I am a special edition console fan, which is why I have this. I'm pretty sure I also have the Star Wars version of the 360. I'm not a huge Star Wars fan either. I just really like special edition consoles. And I will say Star Wars has some good games. Shadows of the Empire for the 64, amazing game. And pretty much all the Star Wars releases for the Game Boy and Super Nintendo were legitimately fun too. Okay, and now we'll do this last box. Well, that's box on this wall. There's a whole room still. But this is all I'm going to do in this little bit. Not that you're knowing, because I'm editing these all together. We have a World of Warcraft journal, and a Zelda journal, and a Stop It box, and a Street Fighter sushi set. Lots of Loot Crate stuff here. This doesn't need to be with the games, but this is an HDMI splitter. Dead Rising 3, a collectible of some sort, probably a replica of one of the weapons you use in the game. It's inside this box. Isn't that nifty? This is Dante from Dante's Inferno, which, not a bad game. Not as great as I would have liked, because I really love the Divine Comedy, and I would have liked to see this do even more, but it was good. It had nudity in it, which, anytime a game does that, I'm always a fan, just because I think nudity needs to be less taboo and people need to get over themselves. This is a faceplate for the 360. Remember when consoles had swappable faceplates? And by that I mean, remember the 360? And also, I think one of the versions of the DS. But yeah, it was cool that it had swappable faceplates. I think we can all agree on that. This is Tales of Arise, which is a much newer game in a box of not as new stuff. Like I said, everything's very haphazard here. Yeah, JRPG. Like I said, I love those. Classic controller. It's shaped like an NES controller, but it's actually just a Bluetooth controller that plugs in through USB. You can use on pretty much anything. This is a play pail. I don't know what a play pail is, but I have one. It's right here. It doesn't appear to work. Batteries are probably dead. Or, if I'm smart, there's no batteries in it. Because if there are, they've probably burst too. Pre-order bonus that I got while working at GameStop, like I mentioned before. This is the battery pack for the Lynx. The Atari Lynx is a really cool console. It did not get the credit it deserves. But it's very good. Just gonna put that out there. Here we have a lot more pre-order bonuses. So many. These are the pins I talk about for the roof of my car. These are the kinds. The ones with those little dealers on the back. Some Pokeballs from the Burger King toys. I don't know what this is. This is a tiny little disc. Let's open it up. Do not put in direct sunlight. 25 minute, 225 megabytes, and it has a little panda on it. Yeah, I still have no idea what this is. If you can see that little panda there, maybe you know. I genuinely don't. And I don't think I want to stick it in my computer, just in case it's not kosher. Let's see, what else? We have a carrying case for the Game Boy. We have a carrying case for the Lynx. We have a carrying case for the Game Gear. Sorry. For the Game System. So this was like an off-brand, third-party, generic carrying case that you could use for anything you wanted, but I used it for the Game Gear. Oh, so much crap in here. This is the universal game adapter. If you look in the back, this is one of those things that has the multi-pronged dealer bobber. So you could use this for the Game Boy, the Game Gear, the Lynx, and also I think the Turbo Express, which is the handheld version of the TurboGrafx. Game Genie for, I believe, the Game Boy. Or is this the Game Gear one? I don't even know, to be honest. That looks a little wide to be a Game Boy. Pretty sure this is the Game Genie for the Game Gear. I'm saying the word game way too much. Magnifying glass for the brick Game Boy. Unfortunately, missing the battery back. Unless, is this? No. No, this is the port cover for the GameCube. Let's see if there's anything else interesting in here. If not, I'll just skip the remainder of this box. This is a lot of odds and ends and crap that doesn't matter. Some more pre-order bonuses. Some extra game manuals for games. I do have a Legend of Zelda puzzle. It's all of Hyrule. Well, one of the many iterations of Hyrule. Crap. A lot of demos, a lot of soundtracks. Yeah, mostly just odds and ends kind of crap here. So I'll skip ahead to the next box. And I'm back with more boxes. Also, I did, off camera, verify that, yes, I did leave batteries in that play pal thing, whatever it is, and yes, they were also corroded and burst. So once again, don't do that.
This box in the back that I think you can see. You know what I mentioned about Skylanders and how I had all of them? Yep, I really do. This whole box is just Skylanders. There's a couple other plastic bits in here, like PlayStation TV that no one cares about. It lets you play Vita games. It doesn't work with all of them because the Vita has motion controls using the back of the console, and this obviously doesn't support that because this uses just regular PS4 controllers. So it lets you play, or is it PS3 controllers? I don't know what era this came out, but it lets you play some Vita games on your TV. It's kind of crap. Nobody cares. A couple Atari games. 2 of the controllers for Seen It. I don't know why only 2 of the controllers are in here. I'm assuming the other ones exist somewhere. Transfer pack for the 64. Game Shark for the 64. Deck of playing cards. They're video game themed, because of course they are. They're in this room. They're video game themed. And then some Switch game holders. And everything else is just Skylanders. Just Skylanders as far as the eye can see. So many Skylanders. Oh, wait, I lied. Nintendo 64 memory card. Okay, we don't need to look at each Skylander. There's a bunch. Ooh, a box. Ooh, stuff. Okay, this is a Star Wars game. Oh, dear Christ. I'm doing laundry today. Here is a much less dusty Star Wars game. The Atui Collection, which is the last 3DS game released physically. Pretty cool. Streets of Rage 4 soundtrack. Metroid Samus Returns. Special Edition. Oh, hey, cool. Foxyland. It's a game for the Vita, therefore it's expensive. Like I mentioned, every game for the Vita is expensive. Calm down, pile. Just gonna move that there. These were part of my endeavor to get every Zelda game for all the consoles that Zelda is on. Oh, dear Christ, why? Why is there so much? But these are Zelda 1 and 2 for the Famicom Disk System. So, yeah, here they are. Aren't they fancy? I know. A little keychain because I pre-ordered a game on PlayAsia, and so I get a tiny miniature keychain version of that game, and also all of the dust. Here we have Jack 4. I think this is actually just a fake case. I don't think that Jack 4 is a game that exists. It isn't. Yeah, mock case. Limited Run Games gave you this if you pre-ordered all of the special editions of the other Jack games for the PS4. You got this fake sealed mock case. It's just a collectible thing. This is Metal Combat. It is sealed and also in this little hard plastic case. Not like the graded type of hard plastic. This is very easily opened. I can take the game out. I can open it if I want to. I'm not going to. I already have unsealed copies of this game. Oh god, that plastic is not in great shape. Calm down. But no, this is a game for the Super Nintendo that I absolutely love. I played it a bunch as a kid with my sister and brother. And usually when I buy sealed games, that's why. I don't necessarily get ones that are super valuable. I mean, every sealed game tends to be, but I get ones that are super nostalgic and important to me. For example, this game, like I said, I played a lot with my siblings. It was really, really fun. We always had a blast playing it. So I got a sealed copy just because it's a fun, nostalgic thing for me. And I like seeing, you know, a mint condition sealed copy of that game that means so much to me. So that's why I buy sealed games. So for all the people out there saying that collectors shouldn't buy sealed games and you shouldn't collect sealed and games are meant to be played, I have open copies. I've played this game hundreds of times in the last 25, 30 years, however long it's been since this came out. So it's not an issue of me not playing it. Non-sealed copies exist. Like, I hope you all know that. When I buy a sealed game, that doesn't mean there are not other copies that are unsealed. Like, there's no shortage of copies of Metal Combat. You can buy it today, right now, online. Even with the ridiculous prices that are out there,
for probably no more than 20 bucks. It's a really easy game to get a hold of. You need the Super Scope to play it, which might cost you more, and then you have to find a CRT TV to play it on. I think I said TV twice. But anyway, you can play the game if you want to. Me having a sealed copy is not a detriment to anyone. Calm your tits. Here we have 2 newish Wii games that were reduced. Retro City Rampage and Miami Shakedown. I forget who put these out. I'm trying to read on the back. V-Blank Entertainment, it looks like. Yeah, it's on the front too. But basically, these are just modern Wii games. They were released fairly recently. Similar to like, you know, the I Am 8-Bit and Pico Interactive, Megacat, and countless other studios. People are still releasing new games for old consoles all the time. It's great. I love having them. And then last thing in this box is an R-Type 3 and Super R-Type combo cart for the Super Nintendo. It is still sealed, which is crazy. There must be a non-collector's edition one in my collection somewhere, because I'm a huge fan of R-Type, and I can't imagine that I would buy this game and not open it and play it. So there must be another unsealed copy somewhere, because I guarantee I would have played this. I love R-Type. It's really, really fun. I don't like first-person shooters, but I very much enjoy old, like, shmups, and like side-scrolling shooters and bullet hells, all that kind of stuff. Huge fan. I loved Contra. I loved R-Type. Silkworm was one of my favorite games for the NES. I was a huge fan of, oh god, I've forgotten the name now. Steel Empire. I can never remember the name of that game, but I had a buddy as a kid. We used to play that all the time. So I love those kinds of games. Section Z. That's another one that I definitely think needs to be mentioned. It doesn't get enough attention. Really great game. Okay. Oh, cool. So this box is NES games. It's just off camera, so I'm just going to have to hold up the ones that matter. Speaking of, STNX. I love this game. Actually, I was really excited. The Evercade, I still really hope that's the name of it. I hope I haven't been getting it wrong constantly. I should have looked it up one of these times I was off camera. But they did a Jellicoe collection for their console, and STNX was one of the games in it, and therefore the whole collection is worth buying, because this game is freaking great. I played this a lot as a kid. It took me forever to beat back when I was a kid and could beat games. And I love it. It's great. Play this. And then I mentioned Section Z a minute ago. Here it is. Like I said, it's a really cool side-scrolling shooter. But what makes this unique is at the end of every section, the whole game is just one giant world. And each little area you shoot your way through is called a section. And then at the end of each one, you can take one of multiple paths that will bring you to the next section. And you basically have to draw yourself a map to try to remember what ones go where, because the goal is to eventually find your way to Section Z and beat it, that being the final portion of the game. So it's fun. You have this little, almost like maze kind of esque piece on top of the shooting to just add some challenge to the game and make it really fun and challenging and interesting. Now, I'm not going to talk about every NES game. It was my first console. I have a lot of emotional attachment to most of the games for the console. I very easily could talk about all of these games, but I'm not going to talk about all of them because that alone would take forever. So, here's a whole chunk. There's a couple of the isometric games, Q*bert and Marble Madness in here. I already mentioned those. I love them. I'll just move along. Tetris 2, nobody cares. Wasn't that great. Okay, here's some unique stuff. Well, Snake Rattle and Roll I did a video on a long time ago. Thoroughly enjoyed that game when I was a kid. But Zelda Outlands, pretty sure I did a video on that too. I think that was my first video. But this is a ROM hack. I'm a big fan. Just like with indie games, and just like I've already iterated multiple times, I really like unique stuff. I like interesting things in my collection that not everyone else has. ROM hacks fall in that category. Not only is this just a unique cart to own, but some of these ROM hacks are really, really good. Like the Extra Mario Brothers one I did a video on, absolutely amazing. I love that game. It's Metroid and Mario put together, basically. It's super fun. I love it. Zelda Outlands was another one. It's really challenging. It's a bit harder than the original Zelda, and they put more sprites, just more enemies in a lot of the things, so there's always more sprites on the screen. You do get some lag on the original hardware. I haven't tried it on the AVS yet. I do want to see if that improves things at all. But it's really fun. A lot of the ROM hacks are. That's why I own it. So there you go. Now this I'm going to talk about. This is one of my favorite things to collect, is test cartridges for the NES. Basically, when the companies are making a game, they create a test copy to play on physical hardware to verify that it works correctly, that there are no bugs, mapping to the controllers, that there's no unexpected glitches in any of the levels. This is what the playtesters would use to verify that the game is good before either sending it back to have issues fixed or before sending it to print. There's only one of these, at least in this state. This is the 1250B, so the beta. There's no more carts like this. There's one of these in the whole world, and I have it. That's really amazing to me. That's really cool. Not only is it just a history of the game, and the game is Silkworm, which is a shooter I mentioned that I really, really love, so I'm excited that it's of a game that I love, but I'm also excited that I have the only one. So I have not only something incredibly unique, but just part of the history of that game, which is really, really cool to me. The one thing I haven't done yet is dumped the ROM online. And a lot of people, if they own test carts, will do that so that you can play this unique version of this game with whatever bugs or glitches that it may have, as well as, the retail version. It's interesting to play alternate versions of a game. So I do need to find a way to dump this at some point. I know there are companies and people out there doing it. I actually did reach out to one of the people working at the gaming museum near where I am, the Strong Museum of Play, to ask them, hey, is this a service that you guys do or something you'd be interested in doing? Because I collect test carts. This is not the only one I have. And I never got a response, which is disappointing, because I was hoping to A, do that, dump all the ROMs so that they would be playable and, preserved by the museum. But also, I want to see if I could get a tour on camera and go through the museum and just talk about their cool collection and all the really interesting, unique things that they have. I'm still going to work on that. I go there semi-frequently, so I'll see if I can talk to someone next time I'm there and see if I can arrange that. I think it would make a great video. If there are people watching this, which I doubt, you would probably be really interested in that. And even if you're not watching this, and no one is, I think people would be interested in that tour. So I am going to try and make that happen. But no one's hearing me announce this because no one's watching this video, so I'll move on. Here's some more random games. Here's a Dizzy game. Dizzy was not widely known in the US, but was pretty big in the UK. There was a whole series of Dizzy games released. And this also eventually was made for the Evercade. They did a whole collection of... I forget the people that did the Dizzy games. It's two brothers. I forget their names. But there was a collection of their games on the Evercade, including all the Dizzy titles. Also, Desert Commander was a game I really like. If you enjoyed Advance Wars, this is that, but way earlier. This was the first iteration of that. It was like a tactics game, basically, before before tactic games were really a thing. It's super fun. It's very challenging. I don't know that I ever beat it without a Game Genie involved. But it's a good game. I liked it a lot. And yeah, that's all. More random stuff. Sequel to Star Tropics. The sequel's okay. The original Star Tropics, amazeballs. More stuff. Dragon Spirit, one of those shmups that I really, really enjoyed. It's super fun. You fly around as a dragon and you blow stuff up. It's great. What else we got? The RoboCop license game, which is absolute crap. Pretty sure the nerd talked about that. Motor City Patrol, which I loved as a kid. The controls were hard to learn, but once you did, I thought it was a really fun game. Every reviewer I've seen talk about it since has hated the game and crapped all over it. I enjoyed the hell out of it. I remember renting it multiple times and then finally getting good enough to beat it. And I found a copy that a friend had, and I borrowed it from him and just never gave it back. And I'm pretty sure it's actually this copy. But it was just super fun. I loved playing it. Also, Simon's Quest, the best Castlevania, again, because it introduced Bloody Tears. I mean, it's a good game, too. Like, it really is. It's fun. I know it's confusing. I know it's not always clear what to do, but it's a fun game to play. The music just really helps add to it, because not only Bloody Tears, but all the music in that game is absolutely on point. Speaking of Castlevania, here's another ROM hack, which is super fun. And Dragon Warrior, I have one, multiple copies of Dragon Warrior 1, multiple copies actually, and also Dragon Warrior 2. I'll talk more about Dragon Warrior 1 when I find the other copy. Rygar is great. More people should play Rygar. But even more importantly, another Jellicoe game, Robo Warrior. Apparently Jellicoe was just the kings of the hidden gems. Because I think, actually, I just had Arcasta's ring in my hand, and who made that? Was that also Jellicoe? It was not, it's Sammy. Oh, the ones that did Silkworm, though. So they did hidden gems, too. Robo Warrior, lots of tangents, I'm sorry. It's like Bomberman, but more. Like if Bomberman was less of a party game and more of a full-on adventure game, but with the same gameplay, that would be Robo Warrior. You have to blow up like bushes and enemies and things as you traverse through levels, but you also have a gun to shoot down enemies, which give you more bombs. And there's lots of other sub-weapons you can use that refill your health, because you do have a health bar, which also works as a timer. And there's like lanterns for levels or areas that are dark. Without them, you can't see anything. There's things that let you walk on water. There's all kinds of different stuff. It's super fun. It's a really cool game. Each level is set up as like a looping maze. So you have to find a little thing that lets you get to the end proper. I don't know what it is. It always looked like an ice cream sundae on the icon as a kid. So that's just what I thought it was. You had to find the ice cream to get to the end of the level. And then at the end of the level, the door to get out is always locked. There's a key, so you have to bomb all the bushes, which it'll always be in that final screen. But you have to bomb all the bushes on that screen until you find the one that has the key under it. So it's a really fun game. There's a lot of extra aspects. Basically, like I said, it's Bomberman plus a whole lot more. It's super fun. I can't recommend it enough. More people should be aware of it and should play it. It's great. Oh, here we go. Super Glove Ball. When the Power Glove came out, before I saw the movie Wizard, my neighbor and best friend, as a little kid, he got the Power Glove, and they had this game. And I remember going to his house and playing this game with him using the Power Glove, and thinking it was the coolest thing in the world. It was so crazy that I could interact and control the thing on the screen just with my hand. I didn't need a controller. I had never seen anything like that before. I mean, nowadays, we have VR and AR and just all this kinds of crazy stuff. But back then, that was unheard of technology. That was super, super cool. I really enjoyed it. I loved it a lot. I love playing that game. And it is a fun game, not just for the novelty, but it's actually just a decently fun game. It's like an Arkanoid, but in 3D, and it's controlled by your Iron Man glove. So it's really cool. I know a lot of people, it's fun to crap on the Power Glove, but it was a cool game. This is just the worst condition copy of Dino Wars. There's Sharpie everywhere, and an old sticker that's half peeled and washed out, and lots of adhesive residue from what looks like tape, and another sticker that used to be on the top, and then lots of grime caked in. Yeah, this thing's gross. So I don't even know what the game Dino Wars is, but this copy of it sucks. Let's see. We have Tiny Toons, we have some unlicensed games, we have Pokemon Yellow. That's cool. I actually have yet to play this on the NES. I'm curious to see how well it ported over. Obviously the NES has color, but I'm not sure how many of the other systems from the game, like I'm pretty sure even the first iteration of Pokemon had like a time of day clock. I don't know if the NES would do that. So I'll have to play that one of these days and see how it comes out. This is The Mad Wizard, an indie title released by Retro USB, the same people that released the AVS, I believe. Again, I love unique indie titles. I love unique stuff in general. So yeah, I'm not gonna repeat that every time, although I have so far. The Rise of Among Us, and Battle Kid, Fortress of Peril, and Dragon Leap. 3 more indie titles. And then behind them, Adventures of Link, which is way better than people say it is. Like, I know it's not, it doesn't feel the same as a Zelda game, but it's still a really fun game. It's a really fun side-scrolling action RPG. It is. The leveling system is not terrible. The music is really cool. I know everyone knows I Am Error. It's kind of a legendary thing. But it's a fun game. It is. I will defend that forever. Mega Man 3, the best of all the Mega Mans. The best of all the Mega Man games. It is. The enemies are cooler, the music is cooler. It's better than 2. You're wrong. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. It's the best one. Just like X2 is better than X. Fight me. You're wrong. Here we have one of the Adventures of Lolo games. I have all the Adventures of Lolo games. There are 3 in the NES, 1 on the Game Boy. I have all 4. I love them. Great games. The one on Game Boy was not released in the US. It was a UK thing. I had to import. Tenjin Gauntlet. Huge Gauntlet fan. That is another series that I'm trying desperately to get the Evercade to release a collection of. Is the first 5 Gauntlets. So it'd be Gauntlet, Gauntlet 2, Gauntlet 3rd Encounter from the Lynx, Gauntlet 4 from the Genesis, and then Gauntlet Legends. The Evercade can handle those, and that would just be an amazing collection. Everyone would love to play, including me, especially me. So they need to release them. Also, because Gauntlet is a series I played a lot with my siblings, similar to Metal Combat and some other games that I'm attached to. So I have a personal investment in that. I'm just very emotionally attached to those games. Here we have Swords and Serpents, which I think was the first of any kind of like D&D 2 game translations that I played as a kid. I knew what D&D was as a kid, but I never played it because I was a child. I knew D&D games exist. I eventually got like Death Knights of Krynn for the PC, which was a solid game, and I need to find a way to play that now. But as far as like console versions, Swords and Serpents was the first one I came across. And you did have to roll your characters, you had to equip different items, you attacked in like turn order, but it wasn't always clear what that order was. There was a bit of a learning curve for the game. I'm sure if I had the instruction book as a kid, I would know better how to play and what to do instead of just button mashing and doing what I was doing. But it was a really fun game anyway. Excuse the yawn, I'm talking too much and running out of air. All the levels were randomly generated and maze-like. Well, no. The first, I think, 5 levels were set. You still had to discover them. You started in darkness, but the levels were always the same. Once you descended past those 5 floors, everything after that was randomly generated. And sometimes there would be pits to drop you down a floor or 2, or teleporters to bump you back up a few floors. There were secret walls that you could go through. It was really interesting and fun. It was basically D&D as a video game, but it was a really fun video game. Again, not a lot of people have heard of it, just like many of my favorites as a kid. I don't know how and why, but I always fell in love with the obscure titles. But it's made from Acclaim, and people should play it. So go check it out if you get the chance. And apparently this portion of the video is just me pitching old games to you for you to play. Here's a bunch of random stuff. Mega Man 2, no one cares. And of course, Dragon Feet, a indie title that is infamous for not being great. Although really, I mean, for one guy building it, he didn't do an awful job. It's not terrible. There's some weird residue on the top of this that I'm not a fan of. I think it's just glue, but it's coming up and it looked gross. But more importantly, I met the guy, Vinny, that created this and all the other games from 64 Kilobyte Games. And I met him at the Too Many Games convention where he would release and sell his games physically. And I got him to sign it for me. And as far as I know, I'm the only one that asked him to do so. Might be the only signed copy, which again, is really cool. Makes it unique and fun for me. And so yeah, that's a thing. Okay, more stuff. We have the original Zelda, because of course we do. It's Zelda. I can't not play Zelda. But here's another title that everyone else says is bad, that I enjoyed as a kid, and then Bad Street Brawler. It's a weird one. Every level, you learn a new move at the end of the level when you beat it, to then utilize in all future levels. Some moves are like slower, stronger attacks that you want to use in bosses. Some are like sweeping moves that you want to use for like stray dogs and smaller enemies that are hard to hit. There's just all kinds of different moves that you want to use for the various types of enemies you encounter. It's a side-scrolling beat-em-up, similar to like a River City Ransom or Streets of Rage. But the hitboxes aren't always as good as some of those other games. So there's a learning curve. It's hard to get into, but once you do get into it, if you play it enough and you get used to it and you get used to the controls and the moves, it was a fun game. I was one of those kids that I played it a lot, and I did get used to it because we didn't have a lot of money. I had the games that I had. So it was either keep playing them until I got good or just don't play games. So I kept playing that until I got good, and I enjoyed it. It was a fun game. It was. But lots of other people shit on it. Whenever you see it reviewed anywhere, people say nothing but bad things about Bad Street Brawler. But I thought it was a very good game. Well, it was at least an okay game. Okay, more random stuff, some unlicensed games. Dig Dug 2, which was an amazing game. An arcade favorite of mine. I used to play it a lot at Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah. Here we go, more stuff. Final Fantasy, Yo Noid, what is that, Domino's Pizza? It doesn't actually say, which is kind of amazing. I forget who the Noid was for, but I think it was Domino's. But it's a Capcom game, so of course it's very good. Capcom in the NES era was just... That's how you knew a game was good. It said Capcom on it. And speaking of, Gargoyle's Quest 2. This was one of the spin-offs from Ghosts and Ghouls, Ghouls and Ghosts, Ghosts and Goblins, whatever the hell that thing is called. That franchise. This starred Firebrand, traditionally one of the monsters from that game, in his own adventure game. Obviously, there was a first one, which was for Game Boy, and then the second one here for NES, and then there was also Demon Crest for the Super Nintendo. I have all three. They are all very, very good. I love these games. I actually played this before playing Ghosts and Goblin, or Ghosts and Ghouls, whatever the hell it is. So Firebrand to me was not from that game, it was from this game. So when he showed up in those games, I'm like, oh, it's the guy from Gargoyle's Quest. That's cool, look, he's here. And then actually, when they added him into Marvel vs. Capcom 3, I was super, super excited because I love this character, I love this game. So this is yet another game that, if you've never played it, and you probably haven't, because not a lot of people did, go play it. It's really, really great. Here's another copy of Zelda 2. Again, lots of duplicates. I already explained that before. I buy lots. And then the last couple are, ironically, 2 copies of Shadowgate. One is in not great condition. One is in good condition. Why do I have the crap condition one in the dust cover? Yeah, Shadowgate was a really, really fun point-and-click adventure. Oh, my legs are asleep again. God damn it! It's a really fun point-and-click adventure with amazing music. The game over music in this game is so damn good, you'll never be mad that you die 100 times, because it's always a pleasure to listen to the death music. But it is also just a really fun game. I was going to say difficult, and it is, unless you've played it and then you already memorized everything, because it's one path the whole time. But basically, it's an adventure. You have to try everything to figure out how to get through levels. You have a bunch of commands. You can hit, you can talk, you can pick up, whatever. And you have to try those commands and the various things on the screen in point-and-click style, and just try and figure out how to get through the levels and how to get to the next area of the castle. And it's very interesting, it's well written, it's well done. More yawning because of the talking. I definitely recommend that game. Not just for the music, but the music is incredible. But it's just a really fun adventure. Like I said, it's kind of a one and done, because once you've beaten it, you're going to remember what to do, and next time through it's going to take you no time at all. But it is really fun. And yeah, that's the end of this box. So, moving on. Okay, we're back at it. You don't know, but I took like half the day off to go mow my lawn and do some dishes and vacuum and all sorts of other stuff. Also, real quick, I just saw the most recent Nintendo Direct. There's a Castlevania collection, which looks awesome, and Bayonetta 3 got a release date, which looks awesome, but none of that really matters. All that's important is ActRaiser Renaissance. I need that game! I love ActRaiser. It was a Super Nintendo game that was like part RPG, part like a arcade platform action adventure type game, and it's amazeballs, and I love it so much. And they're re-releasing it with updated graphics on the modern consoles, and I want it so bad. Currently, it's digital only, so I am really, really hoping that Limited Run will partner with Squeenix and give us that game, because I need that so much. But let's go through all the games that I already have. Right here on top, Tokyo Xanadu. It's another one where I buy everything that looks like a JRPG or has any kind of anime graphics. And, oh, so much dust. And yeah, this is one of those instances. I bought the game, here it is. It's very pretty. Plus, Generally, if I see collector's edition on anything, I'm just going to buy it because I love collector's editions. Yeah, I'll keep going with this box. This here is a blank card. This is the NES Maker. It was a project I backed online where there's software that you get, my legs are going to fall asleep, that lets you design NES games using pre-built, like an interface that has some built-in engines. It'll do some of the hardest code for you. It'll compile all of your graphics into a usable chipset. It'll organize your music and do everything. It'll do some of the hard work and the coding for you. You still have to do a lot of work, mind you. It's not drag and drop. It's not quite that simple. But it does a lot of the hard stuff. Sorry, I'm just trying to get comfortable so my legs don't fall asleep and I don't die again. So this does all the work, and then you can flash everything onto a cart. And this is actually responsible for a lot of the indie games that we've seen recently. Even though I have not yet used it because I just haven't mastered the interface, I'm still very happy I backed it. Because of that, we got games like Flea, for example, is a recent game that was made with the NES Maker. Shira and the 40 Thieves, I'm pretty sure, was made with NES Maker. Just a lot of new indie titles were made simply because that exists. So it's really cool. It's an awesome thing that's out there. And I have a physical one because, you know, I buy physical everything. So, yeah, I can't reach in the box if I'm down there. I guess my legs are just going to fall asleep and I'm going to die. This is my very first Super Nintendo. This is the oldest console I own that I bought originally for myself. Well, not for myself. My parents bought this. But this is the first Super Nintendo that I owned. I don't have my original NES or... I don't think I have my original Game Boy Pocket. No, because I actually don't have any Game Boy Pockets right now. I need one if anyone has one. But I do have my first Super Nintendo. It does still work. This is still the one I use. Although, actually, somewhere in this pile, I have since acquired a Super NT, so I'll probably use that going forward, just because upscaling and whatnot. But, yeah, this is my baby. Super Nintendo is easily my favorite console. There's just so many great games, including ActRaiser, that I mentioned and need. It's just amazing. So, I'm happy I have it. I'm happy it still works. And, yeah. We have a wireless controller for Super Nintendo by Retrobit. It's a little awkward, but once you get used to it, it's actually not a bad controller. There's better ones out there now, but at the time when I bought this, this was pretty good. Random chords, nobody cares. Oh, I have a Genesis 3 hiding in there. It's a Genesis, but tinier. And it doesn't work with the Sega Cdi or 32X add-ons, so that's fun. Actually, it might support 32X. Definitely not Sega Cdi. This is GameCube with the Game Boy player. Oh, and a game in it. Oh, Pokemon Ash Gray. That's a ROM hack. It's one where someone tried to take the Pokemon animated series and make a game that followed all the same story points. It's pretty good. That copy is unfinished, but I got that years ago. I think there's a more complete ROM out there now, so I actually have to see about getting an updated cartridge with the newest ROM on it. Also, luckily, because you saw a game in there, I do have the Game Boy Player disc. For those of you that don't know, finding a Game Boy Player is maybe somewhat expensive, but not overly difficult. However, finding the disc that goes with it, which is necessary to use it, is very hard and very expensive and easily more costly than the console and the Game Boy Player combined. So, if you still have the disc and it still works, hang on to that thing, unless you really need money, and then sell it, because it's worth a bunch. What else is in here? It's all just controllers and cords. Nobody really cares. Yeah, we're just going to move on to the next box. And I'm falling. That was the most slow motion fall ever. Okay, let me get at this big boy right here in the front. This is Steel Battalion. If you're not familiar, I actually filmed a review of this at one point. I wasn't thrilled with how it came out. I'm going to give it another go at some point, though, because it's a really interesting game that I do want to talk about in depth and just demonstrate on a video. But basically, you go around in a giant mech suit and you blow stuff up, which is great. But what's really cool is this giant box here. The reason for this giant box is because it has a 3-part controller that has, I think I counted when I did the original video, something like 117 buttons and controls. And that's because you have buttons and switches and joysticks and controls for every single feature the mech suit actually has. Not just your weapons, but your movement, even an ejector seat, your windshield wipers, everything has real controls and buttons, just like it would if you were driving a functional mech suit, presumably. They don't exist-ish. But yeah, really cool game, really big, really expensive at the time, probably way more so now. And yeah, like I said, I will definitely do a video of this at some point and review it more properly. Also, my box is falling apart. The adhesive no longer sticks on the side, and that annoys me greatly. Okay. Don't mind the crushed appearance of the box. It scared the crap out of me when I moved, but everything inside is intact. So, we're good. Let's see. We have another Magic the Gathering poster. Can never have too many of those, apparently. And a lot of boxed NES games, which is awesome. We have Castlevania, the original, and also Donkey Kong 3. These boxes are empty, which is weird, because I usually always keep the games in the boxes. I don't know what's going on with that. I have to figure that out. Actually, you know what? I do know what's going on with that. Are these all empty too? Yes. I remember this now. These boxes I actually got as a lot from somebody. I knew someone who was selling their Sega Genesis and all the games that came with it, and also all the boxes for their NES games. They were keeping the NES and the games, but they didn't care so much about storing the boxes anymore. They didn't have space for them. They wanted to get rid of them. They knew I collected, so instead of throwing them away, they actually just gave me all the boxes. So, like I said, there's Donkey Kong 3, Castlevania, Rad Racer, the original Mario Brothers, Wizards and Warriors, bunch of stuff. If I shake them, you can hear they have the instruction manuals in them. It's everything except the game. And luckily, every single one of these are games that I have loose carts for. So basically, they gave me an upgrade from a loose cart to a complete in-box copy, which is pretty awesome. What else? We have some random NES titles. Guardian Legends Secret Edition, God of War 2, and The Holy Relics, which is a Castlevania ROM hack. Obviously, these are all ROM hacks. And once again, I'm always excited to have them. They're unique and interesting and fun, and I just thoroughly enjoy them. Eventually, too, when I am making videos again, I really want to go over more of those kinds of games. I want to do the indie titles, the ROM hacks, just the interesting stuff that you're not going to see or play otherwise. You know, you don't need another person to review whatever the latest popular franchise here is. You've all seen the new Animal Crossing. You know, there's always someone talking about the newest Pokemon game when it comes out. There's always someone talking about the newest Zelda, the newest Mario. I want to talk about stuff that no one else is talking about. You know, no one's doing videos about the Guardian Legends Secret Edition. That's the video I want to make. So, when I can film again, that's the kind of stuff I'm going to do. Just so you're aware ahead of time. What is this crap? These are... oh, lots of posters and guides that came with, it looks like, Atari 2600 carts. Roger. These must have come from a lot, too. And again, like I said, there's stuff in here I don't necessarily remember offhand. There have been a lot of lots that I've purchased and just things like that that I don't always remember right away. For example, I'm pretty sure I had a copy of Halo 5 earlier that I showed you in one of the last boxes. Here's a sealed collector's edition of Halo 5 Guardians. So that's pretty cool. I don't remember buying that. I certainly don't remember buying 2 copies of a shooter that I'm probably never going to play, but it's awesome that I kept this one sealed. So, yeah. Fun new things for me to discover. Also, the River City reboot that came out on the DS, I have a copy of. Sorry, the 3DS. I don't actually remember River City Ransom getting a 3DS reboot. So that's really cool, too. I know River City Girls came out on limited run, but I don't remember that. So, yeah, this is fun, kind of seeing all this extra stuff. Once again, Skylanders for all eternity. Just all of the Skylanders. What else do we have? We have a business card for presumably where a lot of these homebrews came from because it was right with them. I'm going to hang on to that. We have Twinkle Tail, a Genesis game. I don't know if that's an original or just a hack of another ROM, but it looks interesting. Definitely a homebrew. And then we have Panic in the Mushroom Kingdom and Super Mario Return to Dinosaur Land. I've heard of Return to Dinosaur Land. These are both Mario World ROM hacks. And once again, things that I'll probably cover later because I love that kind of stuff. And then lastly in here, we have another limited run games card. But no, that's not what I was talking about. What we have in here is one of my various Xbox Ones. This is the, ignore the cord. This. Is this one of the Forzas? I believe this was from one of the Forzas. It is. There's the logo. Yeah, this is one of the Forza game special editions. I can't remember if it was Motorsports or Horizon, but it's one of those. And this is what the special edition looks like. And when you start it up, it actually makes a carve room noise instead of the standard Xbox noise. That's pretty cool. I have a bunch of Xbox Ones. Again, because special editions are a thing, and I love them. And, oh, another limited run card, which looks an awful lot like Shovel Knight, which is weird, because I don't think Shovel Knight came out from limited run. Anywho, next box. Holy Christ! Okay, so, I have a couple more boxed NES games. These ones do have the games in them. Big NES fan, like I said before, it was my first console. A lot of nostalgia for the console. So there's a lot of games that I made sure to get complete copies of. A lot of like my favorites, like I mentioned earlier, Swords and Serpents, super awesome. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, this was a big one for me. I won't get into all the nitty gritty because there's long backstory and sadness and stuff. But my parents played this a lot. It was a fun thing. I have a lot of memories tied to Dr. Mario, so this is a big game for me. Definitely had to get a box copy. Likewise, Road Blasters was one I played a ton as a kid. And Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde is an interesting case. Everyone knows how terrible it is and how all the notoriety about how bad it is. And obviously, AVGN did an episode about it. I rented this game as a little kid. And I remember my neighbor came over, and he and I played this forever. And it took us so long. But I do remember at one point, we kind of figured out how to do it. And we were making actual progress in the game. So, like, however bad it is playable. Because we managed to do it. So, I was happy to get a copy of this, complete in box. But what made it even better is I brought it to a convention. And I don't know if you can see from there, but it is signed by the Angry Video Game Nerd and also Mike Matei. So that was pretty awesome. I was happy about that. I've met those guys a few times, not that they remember me. I met them in the way that I walked up and said, hey, can you sign this? And then they did, and I got a picture. But I've had them sign a few things, and actually I have one that when I get to, there's a fun story about it. But, yeah. Rampage is another one I have memories of. I had a buddy over for a sleepover, and we made it our goal that night to play Rampage all the way through and beat the game. The problem is, Rampage, like a lot of early NES games, is an arcade title. It wasn't made to be beaten. It's made to consume quarters. So, there's not necessarily an end stage. We just played for all eternity. As you go from stage to stage, you complete more of the map of the US. We did that, completed the whole US, and it just started doing the map again. I think eventually we gave up some like 100 levels in or whatever, but we played so much Rampage. And there's tons of other games here, you know, there's some major titles that everyone knows, and there's some that are lesser known, like Rad Racer is a big one you've all heard of, but you may not have heard of Time Lord. So, I have a little bit of everything for the NES. It's a console I love to buy for. I love the games, I love the look of it, and that whole era is just a fun thing for me to think back on and remember fondly. A lot of these games I've rented or played with friends way back in the day, and so it means a lot to me to have these games. So, like I said, I collect a lot for this console. TNC Surf Designs is another one that, it was not a good game. It was made by LGN, which right off the bat tells you that it was not a good game. But I played it a bunch as a kid. I enjoyed it. Obviously, I have multiple copies. It's just a fun one. And there's some homebrews in here too, like Battle Kid 2 is an indie game. Who released this one? I think I bought this through Nintendo Age. But either way, yes, this is just an indie game that was released for the NES. And it's one of many that I own, and I'm really happy about. And speaking of, here's a bunch more. We have, well, Dungeon Magic I think is a real game. But Hero Quest, Star Versus, and a Zelda ROM hack that's still sealed, and I don't know how that's the case. That's getting opened and played. Because there's no way I'm leaving a Zelda game sealed like that. At least not when I don't have multiple copies of. But yeah, I have a lot of indie games, and homebrew games, and ROM hacks. I've covered that before. I don't need to say it every time. Here's a couple more. More Zelda ones. Also still sealed. Man, when I am up and running, I have so many games to open and play. Ooh, especially this one. Unlike a lot of Zelda ROM hacks, which are made from Zelda 1, this is made from Zelda 2, it looks like? I don't know. This will be an interesting one. I think I'm more excited for that one than the others. Plus, this box is really fat. There's other stuff in here. There's posters, or like an art book, or just the biggest manual ever. You can't see from where you are in front of your computer, but the box is like swollen up. Like there's thick stuff in here. So yeah, I'm excited for some of those. And then going through, there's just a million more box games. Yoshi Cookie, Star Force, I'm sure you've heard of, or even more Life Force, aka Gradius. Those are popular ones. Everyone knows those. We have, not at all NES, we have a box copy of Majora's Mask, because I think I mentioned this before, but it is my goal to have a complete in-box copy of every Zelda title. I do own every Zelda title currently, but some of them are loose carts. I think there's still a few left to get complete copies of, like, what was it, the Four Swords Adventure for Game Boy Advance. I think I still need a complete in-box copy of. And one of the Oracle games, I don't remember which one offhand, but one of them I don't have CIB. So there's a couple games left for me to get. Daikatana, a surprisingly expensive Nintendo 64 game if you have it in box. Like, this is, I think, a couple $100. And I don't know why. Because it's a mediocre game at best. It's not super memorable. It's not a first party. I don't remember it being rare. Like, I've seen copies around. It's just, for whatever reason, that's worth a bunch of money. So, yeah, spoiler alert for all you guys that own Daikatana and never really gave it much thought. You should. It's worth a bunch of money. This is one of 4 RPGs for the Nintendo 64. There's this, there's Quest 64, there's Ogre Battle, and I think people consider Paper Mario. And those are the only 4. That's it. That's all we have. Nintendo 64, it was good for a lot of things, not for RPGs. Especially considering its rival, the PlayStation 1, was loaded with JRPGs and just really good role-playing games. I mean, that gave us Chrono Cross and a handful of Final Fantasies, including 8, which is the best one. Again, fight me. 7 is crap, 8 is best. Yeah, I don't know what went wrong with Nintendo at that point, but they just gave up on RPGs. Let me keep going. I have a bunch more here. A bunch of my favorites, like Lolo, Simon's Quest, of course, and, fun enough, Cheetah Men. Now, if you know Cheetah Men from Action 52, you probably don't know it firsthand. Not many people have Action 52, and even if they do, they didn't play this game on purpose. It's crap. But a second one was made, which was even more crap because it was kind of unfinished. There were game-breaking bugs that made it impossible to actually complete or beat. And at one point, on a crowdsourcing site, I don't remember if it was Kickstarter or one of the other crowdsourcing sites that used to exist way back when, until Kickstarter really just took over. But the people that made the original Cheetah Men game decided to revisit it and complete it. And they re-released Cheetah Men 2, The Lost Levels. It was just for people that kickstarted it, one of which is me. They even signed the box. But yeah, this is a legitimate copy of Cheetah Men 2, The Lost Levels. I think it probably has some value now. It's probably a collector thing, but more importantly, I just had to have it because of how horrible and notorious Cheetah was. I really wanted to have Cheetah 2 to play. It seems too ridiculous not to own. And now this is another one that I definitely need to review at some point. I haven't yet, clearly, but I will because that's one I need to talk about. Now this is a fun story. I know, rambling. I warned you it was going to happen, so here we are. I, at one point, and actually a bunch of these other games go in a pile with this, I, at one point, saw someone online on Craigslist. So this was back in the day, before Facebook Marketplace, before I had Facebook even. They had an NES and some games. There was one picture, and it was just of the NES. And it was just the unit itself. It didn't even have the cords or controllers or any of the games in the picture. And the guy in the end just said, I have this. It was in my upstairs closet. I have some games. I don't know if it works. It hasn't been used in years. And he was asking $20. And I was in college at the time. I was actually on my way to class at the time. And I'm like, you know what? Let me see if this is available. So I call the guy up, and it is available. And I decided to go out of my way, swing by, and grab it from him. I ended up being late to class. I don't care. I didn't get my degree anyway. It doesn't matter. I still have a very successful job. I'm fine. But, so I went, and I got there, and the guy comes to the door. I'm like, hey, I'm the one here for the Nintendo. He brings out a box, and he has the Nintendo console, which doesn't really matter. I already had a bunch at that point. I was more curious about what games were in it, because for $20, if it's one game I don't have, I'm probably getting my money. Well, it turns out he had about a dozen games. They were all in box, complete, in really good condition. This Dragon Warrior being one of them. And not only is it the entire game with the maps, the manuals, everything that came in the box, but this guy actually sent away through Nintendo Power for all the extra information packets that you can get with the game. So it has like the item breakdowns with all their stats, and it just has all the secrets. There's this whole big pamphlet, which is not in this box, but I do have it because it was in that box as well. He just had all this stuff, all in excellent condition, really great. I know some of the other games, these three right here, Pirates, Shadowgate, and Zelda, which I actually already had box copies of all of those, as you can see here. But these were all included in that lot. All in box, all complete. I know there's a few more. I don't remember which ones offhand, but he had a lot of like action adventures and just RPGs and those kinds of games. And $20, I felt like I was robbing the guy. I had $50 in my wallet, and I gave him all $50 because I told him that what you're asking for is not enough. You have way more value here. Even then, it was probably, I think, 12 years ago, but it was still, $20 was not enough to cover what he was giving me. So at the end of the day, I gave him $50. He was thrilled to have it, and I was still more than happy with what I walked away with. It was a very good day. Let me just say that. I did not mind that I ended up missing class. Yeah, let me carry on. This is another one, River City Ransom. I kind of mentioned earlier, I played a lot as a kid. I didn't own it. I had a buddy that owned it, so every time I went to his house, I remember his name. I'm not going to say it because I already have to bleep some other names, but I remember his name. It was Tom. I can say Tom. Tom's fine. But when I was at Tom's house, I played this. It was a really fun game. I really enjoyed it. And then this one I already talked about a bunch before. I still love Rebel Warrior. This was such a fun game for me as a kid. I enjoyed the crap out of it. I'm trying to decide if this one is fully sealed or... No, it was cut at the top and they just used the flap. Okay. But very good condition, CIB. And I'm happy about that. Like you saw, I have a loose cart that I play. This is more of just a nice bit of nostalgia to have on the shelf and look at. And just, you know, I like to see the games that I loved as a kid in their box complete, just looking really pretty. Here's some more. Gauntlet 2. I still love the Gauntlet franchise. Desert Commander that I mentioned earlier. Tons of games. Here we go. Now we get into some of the interesting stuff. Extra Mario Brothers. I did do a video on a while back. This is that one I talked about, that it's a homebrew where it's Mario, but in the style of Metroid. So if you haven't seen the old video, all the levels, basically, you have to go forward and collect additional power-ups or abilities or flip a switch,
and then go back and revisit the older levels, and now there will be a new path or a new way to access something that wasn't there previously. The way they use the Mario engine, but created this new, way more complex game, it's really impressive. If you like ROM hacks at all, go find that one. You will be very happy you did. It's really fun to play. More random games, some less random ones like Lode Runner, which, oh my god, it's fun to see the Broderbound logo. I haven't seen them since the Edutainment games way back in the Apple days. But yeah, this was a really fun puzzle game. I think Hudson has the rights to this now. Actually, I think Broderbund became Hudson, or got bought by them, or whatever, but Hudson has now Lode Runner. It's a really fun puzzle game. You have to try to pick up all the gold in the level without getting killed by thief people, and then exit the level, which is really fun. And also, the thing that mattered the most to me, that made me really love this game, and it's the same reason I love Penguin Land, this has a built-in level editor. Similar to like Excitebike, or obviously, like I just mentioned, Penguin Land. When you get done playing the game and beating the game and doing all you can with it, you can go through and create your own levels using all the same pieces that they use for the main levels, and then challenge yourself to beat your own creations. And I remember as a kid constantly coming up with new levels and new puzzles and new ways to arrange things, and I played forever. It was, the concept behind Mario Maker, but way back when. Giving someone a game is great. They can play the game and they'll enjoy it. But if you give them the game engine and let them build their own content within the game, they can play it forever. It's the infinite game at that point. So way before Mario Maker was a thing, I always loved that concept, the idea of games coming with level editors or just creation engines in them. It's why I actually like Darkstone better than Diablo, or why I liked, what was that shooter? I think it was called Pariah? I think that's correct. It was for the Xbox. It was like Halo, but it had a level editor. Those kind of things were they're always my favorite, because I love creating my own content, my own levels, and coming up with new challenges and new ways to reuse the assets for something different. So that was always fun. I always loved that. I wish more games would do that. More games. Rescue Rangers is a big one. If you existed back in the day, and I already mentioned earlier, that the Capcom Disney team-ups were just some of the best games you're ever going to get. They work so well together, Capcom and Disney. They created some of the best stuff. And yeah, this was no exception. This game was absolutely fun to play. This plastic case is beat to hell, but this game is excellent. Yeah. And, of course, Mega Man. I have all but one of the Mega Man titles for the NES, and actually, I think the one I'm missing is Mega Man 1. But yeah, I do love all the NES Mega Mans. Even Mega Man 2 is good. It's not as good as 3. 3 is the best one. It has the best music, it has the best levels, the best enemies. I'm sorry, 2's not that great, 3 is better. I mean, come on. Everyone talks about the music from 2 for like, Quickman or Cutman or whoever the hell, but are you forgetting Proto Man's theme from Mega Man 3? Like, that alone, way better music-wise. But I'll keep going. We don't care about the official releases anymore. I've talked about all the ones that matter. But here's a bunch more unofficial things. Not 8 Eyes, that's a normal release. But Kevin Powers and Too Many Games was actually released for the Too Many Games convention. It's the only time I've seen that game. They only made 50, I can tell, because it's numbered right here. This is number 12 of 50. And apparently no one else who owns this has tried to sell or auction their copy, because every time I look online to find this, there's nothing about it anywhere. And I use Collectors, or CLZ, to track my collection. And that syncs up with price charting to get the value of your collectibles and to match them to what they call their core, which is just their database of proper recognized games. And that one does not come up. So none of the other 49 people that own it has bothered entering it into price charting or creating it as a game yet. So I'll have to do that at some point. And speaking of limited run games from Too Many Games, not limited, well, it is a limited run game, just not from LRG. But here's another one, T-Gun, made again by my buddy Vinny at 64 Kilobyte Games. And it's right? This is one of his, right? Now I'm not sure. Maybe it's not. Maybe it was someone else. I could have sworn this was his. But either way, this is another homebrew game that was released at Too Many Games. Again, there were only 50. I have one of them. This time, number 29. But yeah, I love those homebrew things. I'm just repeating myself. Another one with Quest Forge. 3 more with Miracle of Almana, which actually is not an indie game. It's just a fan translation of a Japanese-only release made by Konami, which is why you see the Konami branding on it. It is an official, actually released game. This is just an unofficial English port. And actually, the same goes for Makai Island here. It's another one that, this was Capcom, not Konami. But again, it was an official game. It did get released, just not in the US, until someone fan translated it. And then Mario Adventure is actually a really good ROM hack. It's like, if you were to make Super Mario World with the Super Mario 3 engine, is basically what this feels like. Because it's a lot bigger than Mario 3 was before. They added some new power-ups. The levels are just bigger and crazier. There's a whole lot of new stuff going on. It's a really fun, good ROM hack. It's more than just reshuffling some of the levels or adding some item boxes. Like, they put work into it. There's all new content in the game. That's a worthwhile one to play. We've got more just standard stuff. Bayou Billy, Lolo, Desert Commander. All normal things. And then a few more indie titles that I'm just going to briefly go through. 12 Seconds is a really cool one where you're in a platform level and you have 12 seconds and then you die. And wherever your body dies, it stays and you respawn and you have another 12 seconds to try and get further. So basically, if you can't get through the level in 12 seconds, and generally you can't, you want to die in strategic places that will let you use your corpse from last time to get further through the level in those 12 seconds. It's a really unique and interesting idea. It's very well executed. It's really, really fun. I'm yawning again because I talk too much and I get too excited about games. But yeah, it's a fun game. Worth checking out. Haunted Halloween is one that looks like a River City Ransom knockoff, but it's not. I actually interviewed these guys and talked to them at the convention. That video is somewhere on my channel if you want to dig it up, but you probably don't. Nobody cares, and no one's even watching this video, so you're not hearing me say this. But it was not a ROM hack. They did not use the engine from River City Ransom. Their sprites just look similar. But this is a new original game, and it's pretty cool. It's really fun. And then lastly, even though there's 2 more indie titles in there, Unexploded Ordnance. This is another one, just like the Kevin Powers and Too Many Games that I mentioned, where I cannot find any information about this online. No one else seems to own or have bought a copy. This might be the only one. I don't know. I know it was made just for Too Many Games, but they're a big enough convention that I would assume someone else has this. But like I said, no one else appears to. It's basically just Minesweeper for the NES. And then lastly, I do have the original Lolo. And then 2 more indie titles, Armed for Battle and Germ Squashers. Yeah, they're just 2 more games. They're indie ones. Again, I'll talk about them eventually when I have my room back. And there we go. Another couple boxes done. Yeah. You're not going to notice a gap because I'm just going to go right to the next ones, but I'm going to go do other things first and then next boxes. Alright, more stuff. I guess I'll start with Guitar Hero guitars. I have a ton of these. This small pile right here is not even all of them. This is the one from Aerosmith Guitar Hero. This is actually one of the Rock Band Pro guitars, where it has as many buttons. This is a normal guitar would have frets. And then for here, instead of a strum bar, there's actually 6 different strings, and you have to strum the one according with the fret that you're holding. These are harder to find, a little more expensive, but pretty cool, and super, super difficult to use. Take it from someone that's tried and failed. Another Rock Band guitar, another Guitar Hero guitar, and yet another Guitar Hero guitar. Like I said, this isn't even all of them. This is just a bunch of them. So, yeah. Let me quickly put these back and get them out of my way.
2 hours later.
Okay, so on to game stuff.
First thing, we have Vitamin Connection, which is a game from WayForward, the guys that make Shantae. And it was released on Limited Run Games, and I bought it because I like LRG, even though they have some shitty rules sometimes, and they're not always the best company. But I also really like WayForward and want to support them, so there we go. This is my third Switch, which I mentioned what feels like forever ago, but in this video was also forever ago, because this is a really long video. This is my third Switch. It's the Animal Crossing Edition 1. I was very lucky because for the longest time I could not find one of these, and then I was out of state on vacation visiting someone, and while we were there at the store, a Walmart, they actually happened to have several of these in stock, so I very happily grabbed one, and yeah, now I have one. This is The Last of Us. It's a PS3 bundle with this game and a PS3. And that's that. I have that thing. The Retron 5, which actually kind of sucks. A, because it's super dusty, and B, because it's just an emulator box. I did a review of this a while back, and I think at the time I didn't hate it, but the more I got to know it and the more I played around with it, I'm not a fan. Because it is exactly that. It's just an emulator box. If you put in a cart with a ROM that it recognizes, you play that ROM. However, if you put in any kind of homebrew or indie release, or even just an import that it doesn't happen to notice the ROM from, or like any of my test carts that have an earlier version of a game and it's not the recognized ROM, this won't play any of those things. So really it's super limited. It's not great. It's not like an AVS or the Super NT or Mega SG or anything where it natively reads the file on the cart and just plays it as is. This basically does matching between the cart that you inserted and the bank of ROMs that it knows. And if it finds a match, it plays it, otherwise it doesn't. So, not great. This is one of my PS4s. This is the PS4 Pro, which actually currently is set up in my living room and covered in as much dust as this box, honestly. That will eventually be here in the game room, but for now I needed it in the living room because I needed to play No Man's Sky. Okay, on to the next box. These are PS4 games. Right off the bat, there are a ton of steelbooks. I really like steelbooks. Whenever I see a game that has one, I try to pick it up. I am a big fan. As you can see, I have a couple. Oh, lost one there. And there's more, and there's more. And honestly, I don't think this is all of them. I think a few are still sitting in the boxes that they came in. But yeah, I'm a big fan of steelbooks. Here are some of them. They're pretty. That's all. I really like them because they look really cool. They're really shiny. They all have really fun graphics on the front, like Nier and Injustice. And yeah. They're always good. If a company does a steelbook, I will buy it. It makes me happy. Go back in there. And the rest are just games. Every kind of game from every company I could find. Like I've said before, if it's even remotely anime styled, it's almost as if I knew this was going to be the next game I pulled. I really didn't. It just worked out that way. But if it's even remotely anime styled or any kind of JRPG or even just a classic RPG, anything like that, I'm definitely going to buy it. Likewise, if there's any Metroidvanias, I'm always going to pick those up too. I'm just a big fan. Also, lots of like sim type things, city building, resource management kind of stuff. Like this one, very fun. Always going to grab those as well. A lot of everything, really. Nothing too important to talk about with the PS4. I have all the Atelier games. Those are really fun. I don't know. Nothing here that really stands out, so I'm just going to kind of glaze over most of these. One that I will point out, Bloodstained. Great game. It's Castlevania, basically. It's actually made by a bunch of the people that made Castlevania. Mine has this cool dust cover because I was one of the Kickstarter backers. Of course, the cardboard is messed up on the side because, like I said before, I have no luck with getting things in the mail. It's a great game. It is, however, super hard. When you get to what I think is like the second boss you encounter, he's a real bastard. He's super hard to beat. He's killed me a bunch of times, so right now I'm kind of on hiatus with that game because I'm way too early on to be dying that much, but I really am just dying a whole bunch. and it's not fun. I don't like losing all the time in a game. If I can't just kind of win, then it stops being fun, and I get frustrated, and I just stop playing. So that's where I'm at with that game right now. It is super fun. It's very well made, but it's frustrating as crap, so I'm not playing it at the moment. Skyward Sword pre-order stuff. Yeah, it's pretty. And then this giant box here to my left that I don't think you can see anyway is just all of the PS4. Just so many PS4 games. Just so many. And there's more. And oh, here we go. I'm going to talk about this one. Tales of Berseria. I love the Tales series because of this game. This game was so damn good when I played through. Not only did I enjoy every second of playing this, but I actually enjoyed it so much, and this is true, that after I beat the game, I reached out to Bandai, and I wrote to their, well, I used the support line, because that's the only line I could find publicly, but just to tell them how good a job they did with the game, and how great it was to play it. I genuinely love this game. I was really happy to play it. They were happy to hear that, which is always cool. But, yeah, I can't recommend that enough. Even if you're not a JRPG fan, you might like that game anyway. It has a really cool story, really fun, interesting characters. I really love it. And then from there, I actually went and explored a bunch of the other games in the Tales series, and they're actually in a shared world. Some of the characters even cross over to various games, and it really... all the games together have a good coherent world and a good fleshed out story, and it's very good. Good series, but especially Tales of Berseria, very good game, highly recommended. There's still just more and more PS4, just PS4 forever. I think actually right now, this is the console I own the most games for. I'm going to talk about you in a second. For the longest time, it was the regular Nintendo. The NES, because that is, again, it was my first console. It's the one I'm probably the most nostalgic for, even though the SNES is my favorite. The NES is just the one I started on, so I've played a lot for it. I know a lot about it. I have memories with all those games, so I've tried to collect a lot for that console. But, that being said, the PS4, there's just so much. Just the pure quantity of stuff for this console has made it impossible for me not to collect for it. So many JRPGs and Metroidvanias, lots of really cool action platformers, and just stuff that I love. So I have a million games for this console, as you're noticing by me still unpacking more and more games. But the one I do want to mention, get out of the way, box, is Biomutant. I had this pre-order for years. I think around 5 years. So I was psyched to finally see this come out. It looks like this big, very ambitious, open-world game where you play as a small, furry creature and you can make different decisions that will change their physical stature. Like, you can get cybernetic implants that give you different abilities, different powers. Maybe you get, a rocket pack grafted onto your back so you can fly. Or you get different types of weapons or do different things. And it sounded really interesting and it looked really cool. And then the game came out. And the open world felt very small and very empty. The combat, honestly, kind of left a lot to be desired. And the narrator, oh, holy Christ. The whole game, all the dialogue from every character, even characters that have names and their own dialogue, are not voiced by different voice actors. There's one narrator that voices everything. All the tooltips, all the helpful hints, all the dialogue from every character. He narrates what you're watching happen in cutscenes. He narrates everything. And it's infuriating. You get sick of it so quick. So even if the game was good, which honestly is just okay, but even if it was good, the narrator would make it awful. But since it's only okay to begin with, the narration on top of the mediocre game just makes the whole thing unplayable. It's a miserable experience. I was super disappointed with how long I sat on that pre-order. I could not recommend that game to anyone. It's not a good time. It's not worth the money. If you have heard of it and were considering buying it but haven't yet, don't. It is not worth it. It is not a good game. This is the stand for the PSVR. You put the PSVR in there, and then it has a place to sit. Also, it charges your controllers for you. That's pretty much what I use it for. Here we go. Another box. This is the one I mentioned earlier, Shantae. This is a super rare, super expensive game. This is like $2,300. Mine is still sealed. Unfortunately, as I mentioned before, both the corners are dented and creased, and there's a huge like divot right here with like crease lines leading out from it. It looks like it was hit with like, I don't know, something pointed, like a screwdriver or a pen or something. So yeah, super disappointed about that. I am going to open this eventually anyway. I got both the standard and the collector's edition of the game. The standard one here is going to get opened because I intend to play the game. But the collector's edition will stay sealed because I'm also a collector and I understand the value of sealed games. And I don't need to open both. I'm only going to play one. So why would I open both? Moving on, a bunch more indie titles. We have Tower of Rubble, which is an Atari 2600 game. We have Zookeeper, Daredevil, Cannon Hood Clash, Magical Fairy Force, Venture Reloaded. Oh, wait, hold on. There are more. Yeah. Deepstone Catacombs, and Ninjish Guy. Also Atari games. All of those indie titles, they were released recently by newer companies for the Atari, all released from Atari Age. And again, I just love the indie titles, so when I see those kinds of things, I have to get them. Speaking of indie titles, how was it? Arcagus Revolution for the Genesis. It's a game. Looks like this. Yeah. Like I've said before, I will eventually try to go through a lot of these indie titles once I get up and running again, because those are going to be more interesting videos for me and you. It's stuff you haven't seen before, and that's going to make it more fun for you, and it's stuff that I like to talk about because it's unique and it's different and it's interesting. So it's just better for everyone. This is a music box from Legend of Mana. Because I bought the game on PlayAsia and had it imported, it came with this music box, which is really cool. I have not opened it yet. At some point, I don't know. I'm undecided. I might not. I really don't know what I'm going to do with that yet. It is a nice collectible, so keeping it sealed is fun, but at the same time, I kind of want to hear it make the noise. So we'll see what happens. Here we have more games. We have Sense, which is supposed to be a really good game. I've heard lots of great stuff about it. It's for the Switch, and this is from PlayAsia, so it's this nice collector's edition where it has like a numbered limited edition certificate thing. It comes with the soundtrack, some other stuff. So that's pretty cool. And then Dead Tomb for the NES is just a game for the NES. It was actually originally made by Acclaim. Yeah, it's right here in front of me. And then Limited Run Games re-released it. Similar to like Shantae and some of the Genesis shooters, like Zero Wing and whatnot. They re-released the games that were just very rare, very hard to find, not easy titles for people to get a hold of. So they print new copies just to make the games a little more accessible and hopefully bring the price down and be more realistic for collectors. I don't think that's their goal. I just think that's going to be a very positive side effect of them putting more copies into the wild, is that the games won't be as in demand and therefore not as expensive. Granted, this Shantae looks different than the original. People are still going to pay high prices to get the original. However, there are some collectors who want to have a physical copy, but don't really care if it's the original one or the Limited Run Games reprint, especially because all the reprints are licensed. Like, they worked with Way Forward to get this licensed and officially reprint it. So it doesn't have the Nintendo seal of approval, but it is licensed from the developer. They're not just making bootlegs. It's a legit cart from the developer of this game. So that should bring the price and the demand down, and that's always good. Next we have Skyward Sword again, and I had to order this from overseas to get the pre-order bonuses because the Steelbook looks amazing, and it's Zelda, and there can't be Zelda things that I don't have. So I had to order this, and I did, and it came in, and it's beautiful, and I love it. That is an awesome Steelbook. Random PS3 game. Not important.
This is one from Pico Interactive, Jim Power, The Lost Dimension. They got the rights for Jim Power. I don't know what console it was on originally. I think the Genesis was one of them. But what they did when they got the rights is they decided to re-release it on 5 different consoles. The Super Nintendo, regular Nintendo, Genesis, the Amiga 32, and also the TurboGrafx CD. And there's actually 2 different Jim Power games that they released. Some of them are Lost Dimensions, the other ones are Mutant Planet. And a couple of those I don't think were originally released. They either weren't finished or they were finished and just for whatever reason never saw the light of day. But when Pico got a hold of it, they finished everything up and they released them on all 5 consoles in, full cases, all new hardware. They're all legit. So again, just like I mentioned with them before, it's really cool that they're bringing life to these games that we otherwise wouldn't have seen, like 40 Winks on the 64. So, big fan of that, big fan of them and everything they're doing. That's really cool. Nothing special here, just another boxed NES game. Oh, here's a fun one. Akiba's Trip. Now, I played the second game first, Akiba's Beat, and it was a really fun game. It's kind of like Persona, where it's a mix between a visual novel and like a JRPG action fighting battle game thing. And I played it and it was really fun. I enjoyed it. So I'm like, oh hey, I should go back and play the original because I knew that that was the second game in a series. And shortly after talking about that, they actually announced that the original was being re-released on the PS4 in this nice collector edition. So I thought, cool, the gaming gods are smiling upon me, the timing is very serendipitous, I should pick this up. So I did, and I learned that part of the battle system in this one is that when you fight people, the way you tell their health is how many of their clothes are remaining. As you beat them up, basically they become more and more naked. So that's a little interesting. I haven't gone through and played that yet. I probably will at some point. I don't know if I'll be able to make a video for that one because obvious reasons. I mean, YouTube flagged me for using 10 seconds of a trailer song during my E3 reactions. They're certainly going to flag me for having naked anime girls everywhere. But it's a game that exists and I have a copy, so there we go. The nonsense that comes from ordering from Play Asia. Hyperdimension Neptunia Games. I love this series. I've already mentioned it. I'm going to mention it again. I love this series. I love everything from Hyperdimension Neptunia, and honestly, pretty much anything from Idea Factory or Compile Hearts. So, yeah, this is a thing that I bought. That's all. Just throwing that out there. I enjoy the series. I enjoy all the games. I buy their stuff. Speaking of just buying things, Limited Run Games, they've been releasing a lot of the old Neo Geo carts and collections on the PS4. And when they do that, not only are releasing them on the PS4 as just a PS4 game, but they're also doing these special editions that look exactly like the old Neo Geo carts. That's amazing. I love that idea. I've bought all of them. Just because I like the way they look. I love that it really looks and feels like the old Neo Geo case. It doesn't actually say PS4 anywhere on here, which is really cool. So yeah, these are super pretty. I like these. I have all of them. This is 2. That's not all of them. There are more. There's just no more in my hand right now. Then we have some more collector's editions. Chasm and Fault. Again, creases and damage on this box because that's my life. More Play Asia garbage. And then here we have Star Wars. This was actually very lucky. Limited Run Games re-released all the old Star Wars games from the Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Game Boy, and Nintendo 64 on physical hardware. They did a deal with LucasArts. And they did it in phases, where at one time they dropped like 3 of the games, and then later on they dropped another 3, or however many. And it was very disappointing to me because I'd missed that first phase. So the game for NES and the one for Game Boy, I initially missed. And I was super disappointed about that. And then at their New Year's sale, where they sell all the leftover stock from the previous year, they actually had a few of the copies of the Star Wars games left, both the standard and collector's edition.
And I was lucky enough that I was able to swoop in and grab both the standard and collectors of all the ones that I missed. That was really cool. I was really happy that worked out. These are two of those things. So yeah, that was really happy for me. It's one of the few times where I've been lucky. And now, let's move on to yet another box. This is a big box, and appears to be just lots of random crap. So, cool. I swear to God, we already saw the Streets of Rage soundtrack. I don't know why we're seeing it again, but I'm pretty sure we saw that already. Random Pokemon cards. I don't know why. They're just here. I do like Pokemon, so I'm certainly not complaining. But, yeah, random Pokemon cards. That's all. I just have some. What is this? This is the soundtrack to Gym Power, I believe. This looks a lot like that case. Yeah, it is. This is that. Yeah, Gym Power. Soundtrack. Pretty sure. These are postcards from a game store called Mox. I was in Portland visiting someone, and while I was out there, I found this really cool game and card store called Mox, which is named after the Moxes from Magic the Gathering. And I'd never been there, because I'd never even been to that side of the country. And so, yeah, they gave me some of these with my purchase. It's pretty nifty. I like them. I like the way they look. They have just really cool designs to them. So, yeah, they're fancy. That's all. They don't serve any purpose. They're just fancy looking, and it was a cool store, so I figured I'd plug them real quick. Darksiders 2 for the PS3. I was really excited because I saw this on clearance for $5 at Walmart, so I'm like, cool, I'll grab that. It's still sealed. You know, maybe I'll leave it sealed, and it'll just be a fun thing that I have. And then they took the giant plastic security case off of the game, and when I went to check out, I realized that a huge chunk of the plastic wrap from the game is missing. It's hardly what you'd consider sealed. It is a new game. There's just enough that you still can't easily get in and get the disc, but with the amount of plastic that is missing, no one in their right mind would really consider this sealed. So I was super disappointed with how that worked out. But I was already at the register. They had already gotten the game for me, and I'm socially awkward like most nerds, so I couldn't tell them, oh wait, this isn't exactly what I thought it was because the seal's broken. I don't want it anymore. I just paid the $5 and bought it anyway. So there it is. Here is Paprium, which is a game by Watermelon Team, the same people that made Pier Solar. And this is a Genesis beat-em-up, but it's a homebrew indie one. And it's also very expensive for no reason. A lot of their games are, though. Pier Solar is pretty expensive, too. And also another early indie studio, the Super Fighter Team, a lot of their games, like Beggar Prince, are super expensive, too. I don't know why, because the newer indie people, like Pico or Mega Cat or Limited Run, their stuff isn't as bad. But these early ones, like Watermelon Team or Super Fighter Team, man, their stuff is just super, super pricey. So yeah, that's all I have to say about that. It's very expensive. Here we just have some more random games. The most, least important one being Marvel's Avengers. This is a massive disappointment. Garbage game. Square keeps trying to add more costumes to fix it instead of addressing the actual issue, which is the garbage gameplay. So yeah, that's a bad game. Here we have a PS5 game. I do not have a PS5 yet. Nobody has a PS5 yet. They're not making them. But when I do get one, I actually already have a bunch of games that I am ready to play on it. It just needs to actually be available to the general public and not just 7 humans that lucked out in finding one and also 100 scalpers that created bots. And I will not buy one from a scalper. I don't care how many years I have to wait. I won't buy the PS5 until 2025 as I have to. I'm not buying from a scalper. Fuck scalpers. More random games. Yu-Gi-Oh! For the PS1. And if I remember correctly... Oh, no, this is not. One of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Games for the PS1, I lucked out in that I got it used, but it still had the pack of cards in it. Because all the Yu-Gi-Oh! Games, for all the consoles they were made, really, they always came with exclusive cards sealed up in with the game, and they were representative of some of the better cards in that game. So if you played the card game as well as the video games, you kind of got an edge because you got all these powerful cards for buying the video game. And yeah, that one game had it in it. I was really happy about that. Another random poster. A dot hack game, always cool to find those. More LRG collector's editions, super skid marks for the Genesis, which is really disappointing because if you look at that cover, it's cows on like wheels, and it seems really fun and interesting and weird. That is not what the game is at all. The game is just generic little like monster truck things. It's not cows on wheels. It's very disappointing. It's a bait and switch. I'm not thrilled about it. I was at a consignment shop, and for some reason, someone had taped a bunch of GBA games to this piece of cardboard and sold all three for, I think it was like $4.99. So I got 3 Game Boy Advance games for $4.99. That's all. Nothing special. They're not super important games, but for the price, couldn't really complain. More random games. Ooh, here we go. The Game & Watch. This was another thing that, at the same place I got the Animal Crossing Switch, I picked this up. Again, they were sold out pretty much everywhere. I was really excited to see one in that store, so I grabbed one, and I bought it, and I have no regrets. Here we have more Skylanders. In case it wasn't clear, I have a bunch of those. Random stuff. This is a double pack from Limited Run Games. It's, yet again, more of the Star Wars games that they re-released. These were from, I want to say, the PS2 era? I'm not 100% sure on that. I never really actually followed Star Wars too much. Like I said, I liked all the games from the cartridge systems because they were just fun, but after that, I stopped paying attention. But they re-released some, and I just wanted to pick them up, so I did, and here we go. We have Luminous and Puzzle Quest. They're both really fun games, and these were actually really cheap at the same consignment shop where I found this. So I grabbed them. Okay. I can't address you yet. There's other stuff in the way. More special editions, or collector's editions, or whatever we want to call them. Another one of these Neo Geo boxes, which I still love and think are super fancy. More collector's editions with Outer Wilds. This is Space Channel 5 for the VR. That's fancy. You don't know. That's an old game from the Dreamcast. It's not a bad game. It's kind of fun. It's like a rhythm game almost. It's interesting, but it's fun. This is YS Origin. Do you guys call it YS or do you call it YIS or IS or something like that? I've always called it YS, but some people actually pronounce that like a word, and now I'm not sure. So I'm just going to throw that out there. Question of the audience. I don't have an audience. But yeah, what do you call that? This is massive disappointment. That's what this is. I tried doing a video on this. It's supposed to be like Mario Kart, but in real life. You know, it's the cart has like an AR camera, and it drives around your house, and you set up these gates, and it's supposed to be this fancy thing. However, the range on this camera is crap. Like, if you go out of a room, it's not going to work anymore. So you can't set up a big, elaborate track throughout your house. It has to stay in whatever room you're in. Also, these carts cannot handle any kind of incline whatsoever, so it has to be flat, level ground. And the camera quality, again, the camera quality just sucks. So it'll keep messing up dimensions, and it won't quite map things properly. It'll see things as 3D objects when, I mean, they are 3D objects, but it doesn't have good spatial recognition. Overall, the hardware is absolute crap, so it makes it very limited as to what you can actually do with the game. And plus, it's just not fun. You know, a lot of the best elements from Mario Kart aren't really there. It's not good. If you're thinking about buying it, don't. Giant waste of money. I thoroughly regret buying it. Do not get a copy. Here we have some random crap. These are some... I've mentioned my test carts for the NES. These, very similarly, are test carts for the PS2. Well, not test carts. They're test discs. But, yeah. If you look, it says it's a promo copy. It actually has, like, the number code for the release version that it is. Right here, this is SLAI Phantom Crash, and it's version 0.11. So it's obviously a pre-release beta, And I just thought it was really cool to have these. Like I said before, I like this kind of unique stuff. So those are things that I have. This was really interesting to me. I forget what the name would be in English, but basically, this is a game for blind people. The whole game is based on music, and there's no visuals, or at least none that are important to the game. The UI, the gameplay, everything is all based on sound and music. And it's really cool that they would do something that inclusive and create a game for people that can't actually experience any of the visuals of the game. I just thought that was a really cool and interesting idea, so I wanted to pick it up, and I did. It is a Japanese game, so I don't know if I can play it on my Saturn, because I'm pretty sure the Saturn is region locked, like most consoles were back then. So I'll have to see about that, if I can find a way to eventually play that at some point. But I would like to, just because it's a cool premise. It's cool that they did that, and I want to give it a shot. Okay. Big box time. Ugh. This is Streets of Rage 4, the full Uber Super Collector Edition from hell. It just has all the things. There's like a statue and some special nonsense and just all of the stuff. It's big. That's all. I really like Streets of Rage. Maybe not this much, but I guess I do now. It was a really massive collector's edition. And the really big collector's editions with all the really fancy stuff, like the statues and those kind of things, they always end up selling for a lot later on, and I'm always disappointed that I missed out on them. Like the one for Halo that came with Master Chief's helmet, or the Resident Evil one with the chainsaw controller, just all those cool things, and I always miss out on them all. So when I saw this one, I decided, you know what, I'm going to get it. Because even if Streets of Rage isn't my favorite franchise, it's a good franchise, they're fun games, I do enjoy playing them whenever I get the chance. So I'm going to get this, and I'm not going to feel like I missed out later. So I did get it, and now I have it, and here it is. Okay, and then a couple more things in here. What is this? This is another pin. There's always some sort of pin. Oh, there's a dead spider. That's cool. I'm glad he's dead. This is Close to the Sun in a very fancy box. A little picture of Nikola Tesla, which everyone loves. Nikola Tesla is the man. One of my relatives stole ideas from him, so sorry about that. Yeah, a little history lesson. Guglielmo Marconi, who invented the wireless telegraph, actually did so using a lot of knowledge and patents from Nikola Tesla. So it's cool that he was an inventor and he made my name famous. Well, he made his name famous. I just share that name because, from what I've been told, I'm a descendant of him somehow. Some great something, I don't know. But he got, let's say, help from Nikola Tesla. And then, lastly, Deliver the Moon. This is a very large box for this game. I'm pretty sure it also includes some sort of board game or something in this box. Let's see. I haven't actually opened this yet. Oh, I can also download the game on Steam. That's cool. I don't want to. I bought a physical copy. Oh, there's a comic book. That's fun. And there's an art book. And wait, did I not buy a physical copy? There's no physical disc? The disc must have come separate, because I know I did. I never would have bought digital only, and it comes with this case, this lenticular thing to slip cover to go over the game. So I must have bought it. It's just weird that it's not in this box. But yeah, fancy collector's edition box. Those are always fun. I thought there was a board game. One of the games I bought from Limited Run came with a board game. Apparently it wasn't this one. But anyway, this is Deliver the Moon, and that's one more box down, and I'm just rambling weirdly now. So I'm gonna move on once again. Alright, let's talk about some more Vigimo games. Starting off with this thing that's just on the floor right here in front. This is the AVS. I've mentioned a few times. This is basically an upscaled NES. It'll play NES games. It's native hardware. It's not emulation. So whatever's on the cart, this will read. If it's an indie game or a homebrew or whatever, this will play it. But it outputs to HDMI. It upscales everything. So games perform a little better. And it's just a great console. And this is generally what I use for playing my NES carts nowadays. I just get cleaner, better picture. It's upscaled so everything doesn't look all stretched and wonky. And it's really good. the cordless controllers, all kinds of weird. Sorry. But yeah, so that's what that is, and now let's get back into some boxes. Actually, starting on top is another Guitar Hero guitar. This is for the awful Guitar Hero Live game. I am out of frame, so let me just get back down in an uncomfortable position so my legs can fall asleep again. Okay, little box. But big things can come in little packages. That was not a penis joke. Although, I'm Italian. Okay, cool. So, first thing, right on top, these are RE cards. If you're familiar with Jaded Animations at all, it's a channel on YouTube. She does animated stuff and talks about sometimes video games and also just all kinds of random stuff. But she has a pet bird named Ari, and she made what are essentially Pokemon cards with her bird on them. And they're pretty cool. And I have some. Here they are. That's all. That's not all that's in the box. That's just all I have to say about those. This actually, this right here is Super Mario 64, but it's a bunch of different hacks of it. I was really interested when I saw this. I don't remember where I saw it. It was like in the background of someone else's video, and they weren't even playing it. It was just there, present in their video. But it looked really interesting to me. Like I've said before many times already, I'm a big fan of ROM hacks, and I just like playing different, unique takes on a game. So this appealed to me a bunch, and I actually managed to track down a copy and bought it. And I have yet to play it because everything's been in boxes for years. But I do look forward to being able to do so. So yeah, and of course that will be another video. As you can tell, I have a lot of videos planned. Oh, this is Parodius. Basically, the people that did Gradius made a parody of their own game, Parodius, which it's the same gameplay, just with a lot more ridiculousness. Almost to the level of, like, Chowaniki. It's very weird and fun and crazy. Actually, much like Chowaniki. But yeah, I managed to track down a copy. Pretty happy about that. Again, haven't been able to play it, but here it is. Now I have it. I can play it eventually. A lot of the stuff in this box are semi-recent acquisitions. Oh, that's right. These are in here. These are cool. What these are distribution cartridges for the various Pokemon events. Can you see it? Yeah, you should be able to see them. Basically, they do timed events every so often with the Pokemon games where if you go to a certain retailer, as a way for Nintendo to cross-promote with these retailers to sell their games, make everybody money, if you go to those retailers, you can get distributed a legendary Pokemon to your game. So you bring your 3DS with you, you connect to the local Wi-Fi, they have these distribution cartridges plugged in and hooked up, and your Wi-Fi thing sees the signal from the cart, and you get the free legendary. Afterward, these carts are supposed to be returned to Nintendo or destroyed. That doesn't happen often. You see these for sale semi-frequently. Granted, some of the ones that are out there are bootlegs, but I mean, you see legit ones fairly frequently too. They're just cool, unique things to have, and as I've already covered, that's kind of my jam. Functionally, I mean, you can't really do much. You can distribute more legendaries to your other Pokemon games. However, you would have to you would need two 3DSs, which clearly not a problem for me, and you need to set the clocks on both of them to whatever date the original distribution was. Which, actually, on the back of the business card from one of these, someone included the dates. So that's pretty cool. So I guess I could replicate these pretty easily. But yeah, that's what those are. They're kind of unique and interesting, and that's why I like them. That's why I bought them. Here we have a Game Boy Color. I picked it up because someone was selling it for real cheap, and it actually had the battery back. I thought that was kind of nice, because they never do. It's a little beat up. There's a lot of scuffs and scratches, and the barcode on the back, I don't know if you could see, but there's not much to see anyway. It's basically not even there anymore. So it's not the best condition, but like I said, it has the battery back, and it is purple, and my first Game Boy Color was also purple, So I thought that was pretty cool. I still need to find a Game Boy Pocket, though. That's what I'm really after. Preferably a blue one. So again, if someone out there has one, I want it. And the rest of what's in this box are actually just random Game Boy games. This is another instance where I found a lot online. And like I mentioned before, if you're looking for individual games, it's always easier to find them in a lot. This lot, specifically, I was looking for Dr. Franken. Long story long, when I was at the very first 2 Minute Games convention that I went to, they do auctions every hour, and I won an auction with a bootleg copy of Dr. Franken for NES. It wasn't bootleg, it was like a reproduction, it was translated and all of that, and we never got an English translation, so it was one of those kind of deals. And I won the auction, and it was really cool. I was super excited. That was actually the first repro cart I had ever gotten, so I was really excited to get home and play it. However, I'm not always the best at money management, as this room proves, and I spent all the money I had at the convention, including the money I needed for gas to get home. So, there was another guy who was trying to win that game in the auction, or in the giveaway, or the drawing, whatever the hell it was, and he didn't win, because I did. And multiple times he's like, oh man, are you willing to sell? I'm like, no, I really want to hold this. This is really cool. So the last day, I was trying to figure out how I was going to get money to get home, and unfortunately, I had to sell the Dr. Franken repro cart that I got. So I found that guy, and I sold it to him, and I sold it to him for less than I would have liked to. Like, he kind of nickel and dimed me down. Even his buddies, I think, were kind of on my side. They're like, dude, you know what it is. You watched him win it. Don't be shitty. Which, it's not his fault. He had me over a barrel. He knew it. He was looking for a deal. He got the deal. I can't fault him for that. You know, as a collector, you want to get good deals. So I get where he's coming from. And I'm not saying he's a dick or anything. But he got a good deal. I got just enough money to get home. So I guess it turned out okay. But man, I would have loved to have that cart. But getting back on topic. So because of that, I never got to play Dr. Franken for the NES. I still haven't. I haven't found another reproduction of it, actually. I've tried and I've not found one. And that one was in the box, too. It was really cool. So I want to find a replacement for that. I don't know if I ever will. But what I did find on eBay was a lot of games for the Game Boy. That's actually where that Game Boy Color and all the rest of those games in this box came from. And in this lot, I was searching for Dr. Franken for the Game Boy. And this guy had a lot of, 20 games or however many are in here. And one of the ones in the lot just happened to be Dr. Franken. So I'm like, oh, I'm going to bid on this lot. And apparently no one else was really in the market for Game Boy games at the time, because I got this relatively cheap. Now it was pre-COVID, so it was before, the whole WADA scandal and all that nonsense drove the prices astronomical. But I think I picked up the whole thing, the working Game Boy and the 20-plus games for, I want to say it was like 60, maybe $70. It wasn't a lot. Like I said, I just wanted Dr. Franken. But I got a lot of other lesser-known games that are at least uncommon. Stuff like Megalith or Castellian. There's a bunch of other ones in here that are lesser-known. Obviously, Pokemon Pinball is not lesser-known, but it's on the more valuable side. There's a bunch of Game Boy Color titles. Some of them are just, ridiculous things like Mickey's Racing or Snoopy. But like Quest for Camelot is here. Marble Madness is here. There is a copy of R-Type, which, as I mentioned earlier, I do love those games. So overall, it wasn't a bad lot. And, most importantly, it came with 2 different Pokemon games. So really, with what those are worth now, even being cart-only, that's worth my money right there. So it turned out pretty good, considering I really just wanted a copy of Dr. Franken. There's actually a 3rd Pokemon game, as well as Metroid 2 and Wario Land 3. So yeah, there was a lot of money titles in here. I could easily get my money back multiple times over and still keep Dr. Franken. So, again, to reiterate what I said earlier on, when you are looking for a specific game, always go for a lot. Always. It's going to work out in your favor. You're going to spend less in the long run. And you might be able to do what I could theoretically do here, and that's sell off duplicates and actually make your money back and end up getting the game you wanted for free. This would not be the only time that it happened to me, if it does work out that way. And I keep saying if, because I rarely sell games. So, I don't know. Now that I have the collection unpacked, I might actually go through and clean up a little and maybe sell off some of the duplicates. But just as a general rule, I try to keep everything I've ever possessed. If I have a game, it stays with me. Just because I've sold too many things and regretted it later, so I don't want to do that with the game collection. But for now, let me put all of these aside and move on. Yeet. Okay, next box. Can you see me? Am I in frame? I am not. I need to be down. Gotcha. I'm gonna be down with the clown. Yes, that is an ICP reference. I'm old and also a nerd, so of course I liked ICP. Here we have another copy of Axiom Verge. Do I have 2 copies for the Wii U? Why would I have bought 2? This one's sealed, so that's cool. I'm really not sure why I would have 2, though. That's a bit odd. Oh, this is a lot like the Mega Man X Legacy or Anniversary or whatever cart that I showed you earlier, the fancy one. Same thing, but for Earthworm Jim 1 and 2. This is a licensed reprint. This Interplay signed off on this. This was a thing that they got approval for. This is a real official cartridge. As the sticker right there says, this is one of only 2,000. So it was a really cool thing, and I do like the Earthworm Jim games. I have physical editions already, so this might stay sealed just as a really cool collectible cart. But if I didn't already have them, I would definitely open and play this, because they are really fun games. Also, on the Evercade, and I did verify it is the Evercade, the Earthworm Jim games are both available on there too. So if you haven't somehow played them, you can pick them at Evercade for really cheap and just get the Interplay collections on there, and you can play all the Earthworm Jim you want. Moving on. Here we go. Those NES test cartridges I mentioned. Here's another one. And this is another one I'm really happy to own because it's for the game North and South. This was a weird game about the Civil War that I found as a kid. I rented it once, and then I was never able to find it again at rental stores or game stores or anything like that. And then I eventually found that an uncle of mine actually had the game. So I was able to play it again, and I really enjoyed it. It's a really fun game. So when I found a test cart available for it, I had to pick it up. Just because it is a fun, unique game. And actually, I found recently that it was remade and re-released. I believe it's on Steam. I think it's also in the Switch Virtual Console. They updated the graphics, but they changed the gameplay a little too, and they added some new stuff, which is cool, I guess. I'd have to see. I'd have to play the both side by side and compare, which that might be a video too. But test cartridge, super cool. Love owning that. This is another Dizzy game. I mentioned earlier how Dizzy wasn't huge in the US. Oliver Twins, those are the guys. But yeah, this is one of the Dizzies that we never actually got until recently when the Oliver Twins started doing Kickstarters or other type of, crowdsourcing and just online stuff to reproduce their games and re-release them worldwide to whoever wanted one. And I ordered a copy, and I of course got a copy. And actually what's really cool is they signed it. I always love signatures on things. It's really fun. Outside of games, I have a bunch of signed posters from bands I've gotten to meet at concerts and stuff like that. I've got a few actors that have signed things. I love having signatures. It's cool to interact with these people and just bring something away from the encounter. Not that I need to explain how collectibles and signatures works. If you are watching a video like this, you already understand. Oh, here we go. Another Funko. This one is one of the creatures from Monster Hunter, Rathalos. I have a weird relationship with Monster Hunter. I do enjoy the games. I think they're super fun. I think they're really cool to look at. I think they have an awesome premise. I enjoy the gameplay pattern. Hunt big monster, use the materials to build better gear to hunt even bigger monsters. The problem is the difficulty curve on Monster Hunter is similar to, like I mentioned, about Dark Souls and Bloodborne and all of that. It's just ridiculous hard, to the point where it's not super fun. I've found, at least with Monster Hunter World, if you want to take down a lot of the monsters, you pretty much need to do multiplayer. I'm sure there's people that are going to come in and tell me, hey, I took down the whole game solo. good for you. I'm glad you're in the top 1% of players. But at the end of the day, you can't easily do it on your own unless you've sunk hundreds of hours into the game. I don't want to do that. I just want to be able to play through a game and beat it and feel that sense of completion and have enjoyed myself in the process. I can't necessarily do that with Monster Hunter. Not to say it's bad. I do enjoy playing the game. It's just that after a while, the difficulty gets a little too high and it stops being fun, so I stop playing. So, yeah, that's my stance on Monster Hunter. It is a good game. I'm just not good at it, so I don't play it a lot. And now I'll move on. Ah, yeah. This beauty. We did not get the collector's editions that looked like this in the US, because of course we didn't. We never get good collector's editions. However, overseas, Link's Awakening came in this amazing box, and inside, I'm not going to open this because I need sealed copies, although this plastic is not doing great. It might open itself soon. But there is a Game Boy themed steelbook for the game, which looks amazing, and I'm thrilled knowing that it's in there. I'm a little disappointed that I can't see it in person, but I want to keep this sealed, so I'm just going to have to be happy knowing it's there. Actually, there's an art book I really want to look at, too. Now I might have to get another one of these to open, because I want to play with the goodies. But yeah, this. We don't get the cool special editions. People overseas always do. It's just a thing. So I'm glad I imported that one, is what I was getting at. Okay, here we have another one of these Neo Geo cases. This one's already open, so let me show you what it actually looks like on the inside. There's a place for the game. The game's not here. I took it out. I actually played it because this is Metal Slug. I love Metal Slug. There's also a poster. And then in here, there's just some other goodies, like the instruction booklet and, you know, some art cards and that kind of thing. So yeah, it's not actually a Neo Geo cart, of course. When they're doing this, they're printing PS4 games, just putting it in a Neo Geo style case. So there you go. There's the peek behind the curtain. Now you know what's in here. Can put you on top of that. I'm going to open that next. This is a shiny little circle with a bubble bobble on it. It's effectively a coaster. But this was just a pre-order bonus for getting Bubble Bobble Friends for the Switch. If you got the physical edition and pre-ordered from, I don't even remember, whatever company produced it, which I did, so I got this. And, fun story, the game recently got new DLC or an update or whatever the case was, and the company that sold it originally is like, hey, it kind of sucks that the version we sold you isn't the complete version, it doesn't have everything on it. So, if you want to throw us an extra $15, we'll print a new cart with all the new full content, the whole game, all-inclusive, on that cart, and a new cover to go with it to include the DLC mentioned on the spine, and we'll mail that to you. So, I did that, because that's pretty cool that they're doing that. However, I'm not going to replace the Bubble Bobble in the case that I have now. I just bought blank Switch cases, so that'll have its own case and be its own separate thing. Here we have my friend Pedro. He's not actually my friend Pedro, that's the name of the game. And I have it. It's here. It also came with a big foam stuffed banana, but that's not in this box. Yeah, here we go. Bubble Bobble for Friends. Here's a little postcard. Oh, Strictly Limited. That's the company that sold it. They're pretty cool. Like I said, how they're willing to, you know, offer the deal to pick up the all-inclusive version of the cart. That's pretty awesome that they did that. So, I will give them credit. Here, we have yet another CDI game. These are apparently just randomly strewn into every box. Yeah, it's just as wonky as the other ones. They're all very weird games. A lot of edutainment kind of stuff, or FMVs. It's kind of what you expect of that era. It's similar to, like, the games you would play at your school computer back when schools had Apple IIs. That's the kind of thing you'll get on the CDI. Just to put that out there. Here we have the Final Fantasy VII Remake. Now, I have feelings about this. First of all, 7 is not as great as everyone makes it out to be. Like, it's not a bad game, but it's not amazing. It's certainly not the best Final Fantasy, or the best RPG, even just on the PS1. It's an okay game, but it's not that amazing. So, I don't understand all of the hype that it got. Also, this is only part of the game. Like, if you played the remake, you know it cuts off after, like, the first chapter. Like, you never leave the town there. I forget the name of it because I really don't care. But it's only part of the game. You don't get the rest of the game yet. You have to wait for part 2 or part 3 or however many they're doing to really get the full story. And I know each one's being fleshed out. It has better graphics now, and they're adding extra fights, extra areas, extra bits of story to make each one feel like a full game. But we all know it's a remake. It's right there in the title. And a lot of us have played the original game, so we already know the full story. We know there's more. And so we just have to sit here, play a partial game, and then wait for the rest. It's kind of crap. I mean, it really is. I don't like that approach. I wish they would have just taken time to build the whole damn thing and release it all at once. Even if you have to do multiple discs. I mean, that's fine. It was originally multiple discs. You can do that again. It's great. Take longer, build the whole thing, release it all at once. Actually, on that topic, there's a Game Boy game called The Shapeshifter, made by Green Boy Games. And he just announced that on October 1st, the sequel is going up for Kickstarter, Shapeshifter 2, also for the Game Boy. It has multiple carts. There are 2 different Game Boy cartridges that comes with it. Part of the game's on one, part is on the other. That's never happened on Game Boy before. It's kind of cool. That's all. Just want to throw that out there. It's not related to anything. It doesn't matter. It's not in the collection, obviously. It doesn't even exist yet. I just wanted to throw that out. Multiple carts. It's kind of cool. Complete in box Super Nintendo game. Nothing super special. Ni no Kuni 2. The Collector's Edition. Look how fancy. I love Ni no Kuni. I love it just on the premise, really. I am a huge Studio Ghibli fan. I really like all of their movies. Laputa is one of the best animated movies I've ever seen in my life. Spirited Away is one of the very few movies that I would consider a perfect 10 as far as story, storytelling, acting, writing, everything. It is, across the board, hands down, a perfect 10. It is a flawless movie. There are very few movies I would say that about. That is definitely one. I think Studio Ghibli knows how to do animation and just storytelling in general way better than pretty much anyone else. Certainly better than Disney. So, when I heard that they were getting into video games, because if you don't know, Ni no Kuni is a video game, but it was actually designed and written by Studio Ghibli. Not inspired by. It was actually done by them. So, it has their art and their storytelling, and it's just a really good game. So, they did a sequel. I was super excited, and this is a gigantic collector's edition of the sequel, and I'm super excited about that, because it's big, and it's pretty, and it's something that I love. And it's in the way, because it's huge. And last but not least, this is something from my childhood. This is Merlin. Basically, it's one of those games where certain dots are, like, lit up. Yeah, I don't know why I forgot how words work. And you have to push the other dots to turn them off. It's a logic puzzle. I love it. I used to do this all the time. I had way too much fun with this thing. It's great. And a few years ago, I don't know why, but this popped into my head as well as another handheld electronic that I had as a kid, and I'll talk about that when I get to it, because it's in here somewhere. But I remembered this from my childhood, and out of the blue, I just decided I need to look it up. I need to find it again. And it was dirt cheap. I got this for $5 on eBay with the box. I was super, super excited. I haven't had the chance to actually break it out and play it yet. So maybe at some point I'll do like a video about just very childish things like this and the other thing that I'll mention when I get to it. And maybe just like some Sesame Street games or something. Like I have the one for NES where you basically play Pipe Dreams with Bert and Rubber Ducky. So yeah, maybe I'll do a video about those kinds of things. But I just want to say that this was something from my childhood that I loved, and I found a copy, and I'm really, really excited about that. Like I said before, when I track down complete in box things, a lot of times, if I go out of my way to find it, it's generally because I have a nostalgic attachment to it. It's not because this is valuable or rare. It's neither of those things. It's not important to pretty much anyone else. It's never going to be worth any money. No one's ever going to think, oh man, Merlin handhelds, those are the things to own. Like, no, nobody cares, and that's fine. This is just for me. This is just really exciting to me because I remember as a kid really enjoying this thing. It's kind of like this video. I'm doing it for me. If other people find some joy from it too, great. But this is just for me. Next box, heavier than I thought it would be. Oh, here we go. More NES games. These ones are not boxed. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. First off, Space Invaders. A tiny little vinyl Space Invader. I love Space Invaders. I frequently cite that as my favorite arcade game, and I stand by that. Dig Dug and Gauntlet are both pretty high on the list too, but Space Invaders is probably my favorite original arcade game. We also have Pokemon Sun and Moon, the dual pack with the Steelbook, and that's sealed, so I also have individual copies of these somewhere. Yeah, that's that. Everyone loves Pokemon. They're worth money, and also they're just really fun to play, which is the reason I pre-order them, by the way. I mean, there are some things I collect because they're valuable, and it's always good to get value out of the stuff that you own, but most of the games that I pre-order because I intend to play and enjoy them. Especially Pokemon, they're really good RPGs. Sword and Shield, less so, because they just removed a lot of features and made them, like, almost too easy. And that's coming from someone who is a casual that loves easy games. But they made those, like, infantile with the difficulty and with how easy it is to get just overpowered Pokemon, especially with the DLC. So, yeah, they're still great games. I'm still going to keep pre-ordering every one as they come out and buying all the DLC because, I don't know, they got their hooks in me, and as much as Nintendo sucks and I really, really, really dislike them as a company lately, I love their IPs and I'm going to keep buying them all. Here I have a stack of Famicom games. I'm pretty sure a lot of these are not legit. Like, that is Mario Brothers. That's a real thing. Deep Dungeon is real. Some of the Dragon Warrior and Final Fantasy games that I have in here, they're real. Some of these other ones, not so real. And I actually did a video about these a while back, and I impaled some of them on a spear. Trust me, they deserved it. But these are just like multi-carts. This one, you can tell, is just a printed out piece of paper with very deformed and stretched out box art from some NES games, and then just glued right to the front of this cheap plastic cartridge. So it has a crap ton of ROMs, but it's not a real cart, not even kind of. Same for this. Same for this. They're very cheaply made. It's just a bunch of ROMs flashed onto a single cart. Nothing special. This is just a 72 to 60 pin connector. It lets you put a Famicom game in your NES. That's all. I don't know why you'd want to, because they still appear in Japanese. So unless you can read Japanese, you still can't really play them. And if you can read Japanese, just get a Famicom. And then in here, we just have all the games. Oh, right off the bat, I see what I'm going to talk about. Not Metroid. We all know what Metroid is. That doesn't matter. No, I mean Ikari Warriors. Specifically, Ikari Warriors 2. Now, this is another franchise that gets a lot of hate. Once again, AVGN did a video about it. He doesn't like them. I do. I love these. All three of them. They're great. The first one, I played with my neighbor growing up a bunch. We played all the time, and actually, he was Jehovah's Witness. And when his parents found out he had a game that involves like army guys shooting other people, he had to get rid of that game. So he traded it to me for, I believe, my copy of Rampart. But we lived next door to each other. We still played all the games all the time. It was a great game. And then Ikari Warriors 2, I actually used to play with my little sister constantly. We each had like specific weapons that we always got to make sure we were the most powered up with our favorite weapons. She used the bazooka, I used the boomerang. And yeah, we played this so much. I know we've beaten it multiple times. Hell, if I were to take the game out now and her and I were to sit down in front of it, we'd probably still remember exactly where to go and what to do to get the power-ups that we always wanted. It's a really fun game. It's a fun co-op shooter style game, like a scrolling shoot 'em up kind of thing. Definitely a good time. I don't know why it gets all the hate it gets. It's not a bad game. It is fun. Yeah, that's all. Another pile of games. Here's Rampart that I mentioned. You build castles and you try to shoot at them with like cannons. Again, it's the one I traded to my Jehovah's Witness neighbor to get his copy of Ikari Warriors. So obviously this is not my original Rampart cart.
Let's take some more. Bubble Bobble, TNC Surf Design, which is good that I have a couple extra loose copies so that I can plug one into that empty box we found earlier. Tetris, Battle Chess, STMX. I love it. I'm always going to love it. Here's one I should talk about. Star Tropics. There's a lot of good RPGs in the NES era. Obviously, the big ones that come to mind are always going to be Final Fantasy and Dragon Warrior. But Star Tropics is one that doesn't get enough love and really deserves it. It is a great game. You play as a kid whose father was a scientist and disappeared, so you have to track him down and beat up bad guys with a yo-yo. And it's super fun. The music is really catchy. The viewpoint is like 2.5D. It's a unique art style and gameplay style, but it really works. It's really fun. The puzzles to get through the levels are really challenging and interesting. And overall, it's a great game. It is. It deserves way more recognition. It's easily as good as Final Fantasy or Dragon Warrior. And definitely more people need to play it and know about it. It's a wonderful, wonderful game. Another copy of Lode Runner, one of the Bart games, which are not wonderful, wonderful games. Those were atrocious messes when those came out. The NES library is really weird. People talk about the NES like it was the greatest console. And don't get me wrong, there are some amazing games on the NES. But there are a lot of crap games, too. And I feel like we don't acknowledge that as much. Again, I know that AVGN does. That's his whole spiel. But like, normal people revere this console, and man, it has a lot of crap. But on the opposite of that, it has Freedom Force. If you're familiar with the Zapper, you know what Duck Hunt is. You shoot ducks, and that's great. But if you want an actual challenge and a really fun game, Freedom Force is what you want. You go through with the Zapper in scrolling levels, and you have to take out terrorists. The first level, you're on a plane. Don't think too hard about it. It was a long time ago. The world was a different world then. And yeah, terrorists will pop out with guns and you have to shoot them before they shoot you. However, there's also hostages and innocent people that will pop up that you have to not shoot. And if you kill too many, then you lose the game and you have to start over. And also, if too many of the bad guys shoot you, you'll lose the game and have to start over. So it's really challenging. It's really fun. You have to have both good aim and good timing. And it's a great game. I know whenever people talk about Zapper games, they always talk about Duck Hunt, or like Gunsmoke, or some of those, but Freedom Force is the one that everyone should be acknowledging, because it's easily the best Zapper game on the NES. It is, by far. If you haven't played it, and you have a Zapper and a CRT to use it on, play this game. It's the best thing. Also, Flappy Bird. Flappy Bird is one of those things that it's becoming a lot like Doom, where it's just being ported to everything for no reason. I've seen it on the Atari, I've seen it on the Super Nintendo, the Genesis, obviously on mobiles, that's where it started, but I've seen it ported to so many consoles for no reason. It's not good, but it's everywhere. Everyone needs to put Flappy Bird on consoles. So I ended up with an NES copy. I don't even know how much it cost me. Probably not too much. It was another one that I picked up at Too Many Games. In fact, the Too Many Games logo is written on the bottom of the label right here. So I probably, I don't know, 10, 15 bucks maybe. It was probably because I was there. It was a thing that was in limited supply, so I grabbed one to make sure I had it. FOMO is real. I have to laugh looking at the back of one of these cards here. I'm not going to display it, but it's the last name of a guy who I absolutely hated in high school. He was a real dick. He hung out with all the guys that were bullies, and I was a nerd, so I was bullied a lot. And it's funny that I have his copy of Q*bert, because he doesn't have it anymore, and I do, and that makes me laugh. The Immortal, I mentioned earlier, isometric games. Ironic that it's next to Q*bert, because that's another one. But this is a really fun game, too. This one, I don't hear mentioned or talked about a lot at all, really, good or bad. I just think nobody really knows about it. But it was a fun game. It was also released on the 16-bit stuff, so it's probably a superior game if you play it on like the SNES or the Genesis, but it was a fun game for what it was. Yeah, that's all I really have to say. It's not like, you know, the most memorable thing in the world. It's just super fun. Game Genie, of course. Everyone had one. Ooh, this is a fun one. Archon. Now, I was a chess fan, and the NES had Battle Chess, which was really cool. You play chess with all the pieces, and when one piece takes out another piece, there's an animated cutscene of the piece actually killing the other one. And they animated every combination of piece on other piece, which is really cool and really fun and a unique touch in the game. But it was still just chess. It got old. Archon took it to the next level, where it's like chess, but they created all new pieces, all with different rules, and they were all like monsters. So it was next level chess, basically. It was a whole new game. And that made it a little more unique and fun. I think that held my interest a lot longer than Battle Chess did. And it's just a fun game. I just wanted to toss that out there. Bunch more games, nothing super notable. I see one in here I'm definitely going to talk about. And this, well, Barbie. No, that's not the one I was talking about, although that is actually a legitimately fun game. It's surprisingly better than you'd think. Similar to like Little Mermaid, where you go in thinking, oh, it's a girl game. Because back in the day when they made games for girls, and there were some that were targeted to girls, video games was still a boys' club back then. They were very simplistic. They were baby games. And luckily nowadays that is not the case. People have grown up and realized that, hey, women are allowed to enjoy nerdy things too. In fact, sometimes they're better at it. My little sister, for example, to go on a tangent here, can kick my ass and probably most of yours in most shooters. She schooled me in like Gears of War and Left 4 Dead and those things all the time. She's also killer at Jade Empire, and the one that got me into that particular Musou game. She can also hold her own in most party games, like a Mario Party or Fusion Frenzy. She's legit. And one of my friends from college, whose name I beeped earlier, she's killer at basically every 2D fighter. Mortal Kombat, World Heroes, Samurai Showdown, doesn't matter. She's a beast at those games. So there are women out there that kick all the ass in gaming. So I'm glad that mindset went away. Girls in gaming is a great thing. But no, what I wanted to talk about here is Kung Fu Heroes. This is another game that got no love. No one knew what it was. It was made from Culture Brain, who, I mean, you may have heard of them. They've made other games too, although I can't think of any offhand. But they weren't exactly the biggest name. You know, they weren't a Konami or a Capcom. But this is a really fun game. This is another one that I played with my little sister a whole bunch. You might be seeing a theme. We bonded a lot over this game. We played it a bunch. We never actually beat it. But I remember we always would just try and get as far as possible, and we would always get further and further as we got better and better at the game. And it was just a really fun one. It was, it was better when played co-op, so it's a great one to sit on a couch with another person and just hang out and have fun and play together. That's what we always did, and that's why it's enjoyable. So I just want to point that out. More games. Here I have a legit copy of Silkworm, not the test cart, also the original Ikari Warriors, and A Boy and His Blob. I hate that game. It's so dumb. I had a friend who absolutely loved it. He was always excited to play it. He was really excited that I owned a copy so that he could play it at my house. I hated that he wanted to play it because it's a stupid game. I never enjoyed it. I thought it was dumb. It's just like the movie E.T. I know other people love it. I know it has a big cult following. I know I'm in the minority here, and that's fine. I don't care. I maintain my stance. It's a stupid, stupid game. Last few games here. Once again, Dr. Mario. Important game to me. And then behind it we have Duck Hunt, which, as I just said, is the inferior Zapper game. It's not just Duck Hunt, it's also the Mario World Class Track Meet and Duck Hunt combo carts. Now there is one of these combo carts, I don't remember which one it is, but there's one of the Mario Brother Duck Hunt and Insert Other Game Here combos that's actually valuable and worth money. I don't think it's this one, so I'm not like sitting on a pile of gold with that cart. If anything, I'm sitting on gold with the Shantae and the test carts. But there is one out there that I know is an expensive combination, I think because it was only released for a short time. So if you're sitting on one of those Mario Brothers multi-carts, maybe double check before you get rid of it, because it might be worth something. Although if it's just Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt, I had this argument with someone on Reddit, which is my own fault. I should not talk to people on Reddit, because I always get in arguments, and you can't win even when you're right, because people are just stupid and stubborn. But I was explaining that Mario Kart and Duck Hunt is not a rare game. It was widely mass-produced. It was released with the console in many cases.
And it was available everywhere. Everyone had it. Everyone probably had multiple copies. I have 5 of them at least. They're all over the place. And this guy tried to tell me that it was a very expensive game and could go for like upwards of $25 for cart only, which I said is absolutely ridiculous. I remember the game store that I used to frequent, that I'm friends with the owner of, he sold it for a quarter because it didn't matter. It was a throwaway game. He would give you a copy for free if you bought an NES from him. But this guy online insisted, no, it's a rare game, it's worth money. Well, he didn't say it was rare, but he said it was worth money, and he's just wrong and stupid. And that's all. I just want to point out that argument and say that I was the one that was right. It's not a valuable game. It's not worth $25. If you're paying $25 for a loose copy of Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt, you're an idiot. And also, call me, because I'll sell you all 5 of mine for $100. So, buy 4, get 1 free. And lastly, we have the box for my PlayStation TV. PlayStation TV is obviously not in it. It's back there. But yeah, here's the box that came in. And that's that for this bin. So, yeah, I think I'm actually going to stop here. I think it's probably up to like 5-6 hours of footage already. And I'm maybe a quarter of the way through the room. So I'm going to cut the video here. And I'll stop. This will be part 1. And then I'll film the rest like I've been filming this one. I'll just edit them into like 4, maybe 5 separate parts. But yeah, I'm having a blast. Like I said, I'm sure no one's watching this. If they are, I don't know what's wrong with you. You're probably having a horrible time. But I'm having the time of my life just talking about all these games. This is fun for me. So I'm going to keep going. These videos are for me, and this is great. So yeah, if you're actually watching and you want to watch more, don't worry. I've got multiple parts on the way. I'll probably make a playlist of like all of them so you can watch all 20 or however many hours all in one go if you're really that bored and just love my sexy voice. But otherwise, I don't know. I'll do regular reviews when I have furniture and a TV in this room again. And until then, I'm just going to keep doing this. So I'll see you later eventually. Okay, bye.